mentors. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. Dr. Yusuf, can you pause the recording for a minute, please? All right, to all our judges and our mentors, please, I have posted on the WhatsApp group WhatsApp group chat, the categories that you'll be judging the presenters on. Please send your marks to the chat, the WhatsApp chat, not here, please, not here. There is a WhatsApp chat created for those marks, and we already have someone who is in charge of collating those marks every time. Okay, so I think it's okay for us to start. Let me just check. Is everyone here? Do we have everyone? I'm just going to do a roll call on all the teams that we have here. So if you are here, just someone within that team, just give a shout out. So Fireflies, do we have Fireflies here?
Yes, ma'am, we're present.
Perfect.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Team Excellence, do we have them here? Team Excellence, do we have them here? Anyone from there? No one? That's strange.
Yes, we have Team Fireflies here, ma'am.
Sorry?
Team Fireflies, we are here, ma'am.
Okay, all right. But do we have Team Excellence here? Excellence. No. Team Pace Setters, do we have you here? Pace Setters. No, that's strange.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, we're here.
Pace Setters, you're here. Favor, are you from Pace Setters? Okay,
yes, ma'am.
All right. Team, I think I saw Bolanle already. Team Great Nexus, are they here? I hope I called it well. Are they here? Team Maverick, are you guys here? Maverick. Fusion, Team Fusion, are you here?
We are here, Team Fusion.
Perfect. Team Matrix, are you here? Okay.
Yeah, we are.
Perfect. Okay, I think we have about a couple of things well represented here. That's good. So we'll just go into the presentation of the day. Please be as audible as you can, and we've already talked about the rules and everything, so I'm not going to delay anymore. All right, so I'm going to call on the first presenter, which is Team Fireflies, to start, to usher us into today's awesome presentation. I'm ready when you are, and your time starts when you start talking.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Could you please grant me access to share my screen?
Okay, 1 minute.
Grant Team Fireflies. There's another one there, Team Fireflies.
Okay, Dr. Yusuf.
Share screen.
That's done. You should try again.
David, are you ready?
Please, can you see my screen?
Yeah, we were seeing it before, but it's gone now. Do you need me to help you project it, or you're fine? Perfect. We're seeing it well now.
I think it's coming on already.
Yeah.
All right, David, are you ready? Can I begin?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. You can begin.
All right. So I hope my video is on at the moment.
Yes,
All right.
it is. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, esteemed judges and fellow participants. Team Fireflies welcome you to an extraordinary journey of innovation and imagination, where the realms of creativity is set ablaze by the boundless potential of Chat GPT. Without further ado, permit me to introduce the great minds behind this project. First, we have our amiable team lead in person of Akintola David, and we have our brain body, Emmanuel Oyeke, and the amazing Abdusalam Abdurazak. And then there is me, Mayo Abalade. Together, we'll be taking you through an amazing topic, revolutionizing creativity through Chat GPT. At this point, you allow me to please pause my video so you guys can get served with more insights on this topic.
Okay. It is an established fact that ChatGPT have been able to come up by developing tools and models that tends to enable businesses, enables artists, and also enables marketers to be able to come up with more innovative tendency and also help them to be able to develop a product works. However, the most important question here is why ChatGPT? Why creativity? Why considering this topic? Like, what is actually important? I can't see my slide. David, are you there?
David.
David, are you there? I guess we're having ouch.
Okay.
Let me try
Emmanuel,
and share it for my hand.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am.
No problem. Let me look for it. One minute, please. Do you have any sound in there? Have you guys got any sound in there?
No, ma'am, we don't have any sound in there.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yeah. Okay. So it's an established fact that ChatGPT have been able to come up by developing tools and also models that tend to help designers, marketers with unprecedented innovative tendency and thought-provoking visuals. However, the most important thing to focus on here is why considering this topic, why considering ChatGPT and also creativity. What is actually important? Okay, the next slide, please. According to the study by Adobe Creativity Dividend Report, companies that tend to prioritize creativity outperform their competitors in terms of having large market share, revenue base, and even also employee satisfaction and customer satisfaction. This is, by so doing, this company tend to have a kind of competitive advantage over the other competitors. Also, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development report that creative industry have a tendency to contribute over 3% to the world GDP, and by so doing, having a tantamount effect in significant creating job global rate. And also, we were able to come up with a descriptive statistical tendency where we were able to send a report and a review, a survey rather, to see the views of persons on ChatGPT. And here's the analysis. From our analysis, from my left-hand side at the top, we were able to deduce the fact that Most persons who venture into using Chat GPT are actually specializing on research and assignment. And also from the left-hand side below me here, we can also discover that most persons are not just using ChatGPT, but they are using ChatGPT and they are also satisfied. So most of the times when they venture into getting information from ChatGPT, their needs are actually met, their desires are actually met, and also even what they want to see for, they actually generate. We can see that 67.4% of persons who attest to the fact that they are normally satisfied after using ChatGPT, and also 41.3% of persons venture into using ChatGPT for research and also assignment. Can we go to the next slide, please? Now, we were able to infer that ChatGPT has been proven to be able to increase or improve creativity. From our analysis here, 80.9% of respondents to this survey deduced and attest to the fact that ChatGPT improved creativity. And also, most importantly, diverse field in creativity, even tech, innovation, invention, development, which of them, any of them are mostly improved by ChatGPT. So most of the times when people venture into using ChatGPT, irrespective of the aspect of creativity that they venture into, they are normally satisfied. And no aspect of creativity is left out. Creativity in writing, creativity in innovation, and also. Basically, what is actually established here is the fact that the extent to which persons use ChatGPT cannot be overemphasized. Thank you.
All right. So the question is, in what way is ChatGPT useful? ChatGPT can be used in diverse ways. First, we have idea generation. Now, ChatGPT can help individuals and teams to come up with innovative ideas and solutions for various challenges, whatever the case might be. It gives you diverse solutions to help you solve that issue. Next, we have creative writing. Speak about blog writing, poetry, music, lyrics, what have you. Creativity is your go-to guy. With just the right prompts, you can have everything ready. Next, we have generate visual and audio scripts. Now, with just the right prompts, say, hi, ChatGPT, could you create a script for this kind of scene or that kind of scene? With just the perfect prompts, you can create the perfect script. And if you're not satisfied with his response, you can always reiterate until you get the right response. And finally, graphic design. A lot of graphic designers make use of ChatGPT in order to come up with concepts. What they mostly have to do is go to the customer's website or their page, get the whole concept, and they are good. Now, this is a screenshot of a creative that uses ChatGPT. This is the interface of his ChatGPT. It doesn't look like the ordinary one every one of us have. This is as a result of the extensions that are attached to the ChatGPT that helps you do a lot more work than just give you text-based results. It can help you generate images and audios with just the right extension. Next slide, please. All right, so the question is, we can all attest to the fact that ChatGPT is a great tool for creative work. However, we need to take note of some ethical considerations while making use of this. First is data privacy. Now, in recent times, there have been a lot of legal issues or lawsuits against ChatGPT's owners who claim that the chatbot gets its own information, or the way it gets its response is from outsourcing from diverse private information that people consider private, or their personal data. These are the data that ChatGPT uses to serve its audiences. Now, the implication of this will be that for most creatives that could just easily Ctrl-C and Ctrl-V the responses of this chatbot, you just might be building on another person's idea. Secondly is copyright violation. Next slide, please. And then the next. All right, so now copyright violation. In recent time, I believe in June this year, 2 authors sued ChatGPT's owners, speaking about OpenAI, and they alleged that this chatbot was using their own information or information from their book, which was against copyright violation. So now the bottom line of all of this is, it could over-reliance or over-dependence on ChatGPT can result in, say, plagiarism or what have you. At this point, the question is, how do we ensure ChatGPT is not encouraging non-human creativity? Over to you, Abdusalam.
Yes. How can we ensure ChatGPT does not limit human creativity? One, Chat GPT can be valuable tool in the creative space. It's essential to remember that it is an artificial intelligence model and not substitute for human creativity. It can provide suggestions and generate content, but the final creative decisions and expressions should always be attributed to human creators. Secondly, it is important to ensure that Chat GPT is used in a way that encourages creativity. For example, Chat GPT should be used to generate ideas and provide feedback rather than to make decisions. This will ensure that the technology is used to enhance creativity rather than limit it. Thank you.
All right, so at this point, we'll conclude with a few words. In this era, AI is the protege and creativity its patron. With this two combination, there is no limiting your imagination. These are the wise words of a great woman, Mayowa Bolade. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Team Fireflies. Thank you so much for the presentation. Okay, so I'm going to allow one or two mentors to give you, or judges to give you feedback from your considering your presentation. I know that you had a little bit of hiccup at the beginning, but I feel it was still a very strong presentation. As we have Mayowa holding the banner for the team, so she did a great job. Okay, so I'm going to call Lukman. Do you want to give our team some feedback, please?
All right. Well done to Team Firefly. I think you guys really did a great job, especially with the fact that you were able to, source out data that you use to communicate your insights. I think that's really great. The only issue, obviously, was the fact that you had some hiccups at the start, and maybe next time you try to delegate someone in case you have challenges like this. But I think overall, you did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other judges want to say something?
Yeah, can I just add something?
Yes, please.
Well, I want to say well done to Fireflies. Very audible. I love it. I love the presentation, especially the introduction. It was really nice. Well done, Mayowa. So the other thing I loved about it is the fact that I saw some references, which is great. It's important to put reference on the statements that you are not the ones making, so that we can know where that is coming from. I love the fact that I love the argument between good and bad. You talked about the importance of ChatGPT on creativity, and then you also talked about this the not so good side of it, which is great. Slides are good, simple. I love simple slides, but could be better because the way you joined the pictures and the text, I think you can definitely do better. The other part is, for most parts, I saw the synergy. I saw it was good, but at some point I saw it seemed like separate presentations between the presenters. So a presenter was ending his presentation and another one was starting his or her own presentation. So if it's a continuous presentation, you don't need to say, oh, okay, thank you. That's it for me, or what statements, phrases like that. You need to pass the baton on to the next person. It needs to be continuous. We need to see the synergy. You need to probably work better on that, or probably watch previous videos. But I saw for one part, Bolade said, okay, over to you, Emmanuel, which was great. So those are the phrases that I would like to see that will make it continuous. But aside that, great presentation, strong presenters, well done, team.
Wait, is no one talking about the elephant in the room? I didn't want to be the one to say it, but because Daytopias have tagged me for saying it, but I think somebody needs to say it. It's the diction of the team. the team members, you need to help your diction. Okay, Adetayo, you wanted to say something. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Jimmy. It was a decent presentation, considering this is the first presentation. Mayowa, good job. Other members of the team, I think you need to up your game a lot. Dr. Jimmy was about to say what I had in mind. The diction needs to improve a lot. I was hearing things like Chat GPT. I was hearing words like, I can't even pick all, but I understand that this is the first one. The fright and everything might be there, but please, let's work on that. Also, I'm not really comfortable with the topic and the delivery. The topic says revolutionizing creativity, right? The word revolutionizing there was not really treated. It is more of the importance, the disadvantages of ChatGPT. Maybe you got the word wrong, or maybe I'm the one that got the topic wrong. So I think you need to make sure that your topic works along with what you're delivering. Also, Dr. Yusuf talked about the slides. You showed us a Chat GPT interface or something, but I can't even see anything on it. So you need to work on the slide. Don't make it cumbersome, make it eyes friendly. So that's what I could say. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Adetayo. To be honest, you've touched everything I wanted to talk about. So the first thing I wanted to talk about was that diction. Oh my goodness, it was killing me with the way you guys were pronouncing some words. And I've said this thing several times. Please, Adetayo, you wanted to say something again?
Sorry, I forgot. I wanted to add audience engagement. It wasn't there at all.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So please, don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm a perfect English speaker. I am not. But one thing I do try is when I'm going for a presentation, I try as much as possible to either use words that I'm friendly with. I take out words that will give me issues or that I will not be able to pronounce. It's like I always say this, is different from if you're having a chat like I'm having now than when you're presenting. So please, that diction. And don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about accent here. Accent is different from diction. Now, the way you pronounce your words is quite very, very important. Then the other thing, yes, like Adetayo has said, is that don't just use words because they are big. Understanding the meaning of that word is quite important. So when you say revolutionizing, what does it mean? How does it interpret with the presentation that you just gave now? Yeah, quite very important. Okay, we've spent a lot of time on feedbacks. I would, you have a written feedbacks and you can work on it for your next presentation. All right, so I'm going to quickly call on the next presenters to present their work, and that's Team Excellence. Please, Team Excellence, can you call on your team members and be sure that you are all here?
Gafa, when you're ready, just let me know.
Yes.
Can you see my video now?
Yes, we can. We can see it. We can see you.
Okay, for this person, we're only Opayemi Janet. We are seeing your street, or your entire street. We can see where you live already. So,
Okay.
so yeah, I think you just need to flip your camera around.
Is it better now?
No, it's still showing the same thing. Yes.
Okay.
Your time starts when you start talking, yeah?
Imagine giving birth to a child today, and in its fifth day on earth, 1 million people are already embraced it. That is the power of technology. And we need to understand that the advancement didn't emerge to dilapidate the human ability, but to enhance it when we're deployed. Good afternoon, honorable judges, mentors, and fellow Daytopians. I am Oyemi Ari of Team Excellence. And with me are Ernest Okechukwu, Faisa, and Alira Uze. And together, we'll be presenting on ChatGPT, a tool or a threat to creative writing. At this juncture, I and my team members will turn off our camera for a smooth connection. Shown on the slide is the first image of a writer who considers ChatGPT a threat. She's finding it difficult to come up with content despite having a pile of books beside her. While the second image shows another writer who is satisfied and happy that she's able to get her job done through the use of ChatGPT as a tool. On November 30, 2022, OpenAI introduced ChatGPT. The model is pre-trained on a massive data set of tests and then seems to do specific tasks such as language translation, text summarization, code debugging, question answering, and so on. Compared to other popular platforms, ChatGPT has grown incredibly fast. As shown on the second image of this slide, ChatGPT reached 1 million users in just 5 days. That is 70 days faster than Instagram. I'll now walk you through the connectivity between creative writing and ChatGPT. Creative writing is an act that goes beyond traditional writing. It allows individuals to express their thoughts, emotions, and ideas through the power of words. And this technology, ChatGPT, has the potential to revolutionize the creative writing process by providing writers with an AI-generated conversation, story, and ideas.
To strengthen our research work, we carried out a survey to clear our doubts on whether ChatGPT emergence has influenced our own creative writers. Out of the 24 responses we collected, 79.2% affirmed using ChatGPT in creating their content, while only 20.8% of our respondents are yet to witness the amazing features of the AI text generating tool. In respect to the fear of the public, 66.7% of our respondents are confident that ChatGPT will never take over their job, while 33.3% remain scared. With this, it can be established that for every 10 creative writers, about 3 of them are scared of losing their job to ChatGPT. Furthermore, to interest you that despite all odds, a reasonable number of our respondents affirmed that ChatGPT has influenced their creativity in one way or the other. Let us catch a glimpse of some of the responses of our respondents. Review that ChatGPT opts in while he makes his research work. He does most of the job, hence he's so scared. Philomena also mentioned that ChatGPT is so convenient and it is cost-saving. And to this, employers might not even need the services of creative writers anymore. Meanwhile, Aisha, who is a strong believer of her creativeness, opined that she is the author of her ideas, that GPT only refines, and whereas it doesn't even do a finished job. Why Ifeoluwa supported her by stating that ChatGPT can't match the uniqueness and native lingua she adds to her work. It's so painful to have found on Twitter that the powerful AI tool took off a writer's job after her employer feels that it delivers more efficiently and save them costs. Here's another picture of agitated writers in the US. They have to protest after being exposed to the fear that GPT will take over their jobs. This is something written by a bionic writer. He asked a question, which is, this question I would also throw it to the audience and I would expect your comments in the chat box. Is creative writing a task to be automated or an art to be mastered? I expect our answers in the chat box. Again, is creative writing a task to be automated or an art to be mastered? With this, we'll be able to know if ChatGPT can actually take over creative writing. Here's also a video of Daniela asking our guests to sort out some text to see if these texts are generated by ChatGPT or they are written by her herself. Kindly follow through.
For this next test, I am reaching out to the help desk team to ask for help on brainstorming ideas, which I often do.
Okay, this is getting stressful. Hey team, that sounds like Danielle. I hope you all are doing well. There's that phrase again! With an exclamation point this time. The exclamation point is a little Danielle-like, though. As you know, I've been working on a lot of great stories lately. That's a little promotional, Danielle. Okay. I'm really excited to continue exploring this beat, and I think we can come up with some really interesting stories that will captivate our readers. Captivate just seems like a very weird word choice. Thanks in advance for your help, and let's keep the great work coming. I'm going to reverse my initial instinct and say this was written by Danielle.
And you would be wrong.
Oh.
Now, we can clearly see that from the video, he was trying to see if ChatGPT actually wrote the text, but unfortunately, it was written by Daniela. Thanks so much for the responses in the chat box. Now we can decide to see if ChatGPT can take over creative writing or not. Having said all this, how then can creative writers benefit from ChatGPT?
While it is no longer news that ChatGPT is taking over various sectors of industry, it is important to remember that the rise of ChatGPT does not mean the death of human employment. Rather, the rise of ChatGPT may be described as a new form of intelligence, as it provides a range of benefits that can help improve their work of creative writers. It also helps because it helps them to potential, they help them to create writers, generate ideas, overcoming their creative block, and maintaining a consistent writing. Also, as a creative writer, there are so many benefits you stand to gain while using ChatGPT. From the first slide, we can see some of the benefits that a creative writer can ask from ChatGPT. One of these is writing assistance. Number two, we have like text summarization. Number three, we have generation of idea and develop story more quickly and efficiently. We have also ChatGPT can help creative writers increase their grammar. Also, refine writing style and also enrich their writers' information. Let me take the first one, for example, text summarization. As we all can see, that ChatGPT, like we can see that from the first slide, from the second slide on our screen, we can see this is a picture of a happy creative writer whose work has been sold. The lengthy article he wrote about Alice has been summarized in less than 5 lines of sentences by ChatGPT. Also, ChatGPT can also serve as a writing assistant to creative writer. Like when you write as a creative writer, when you run out of idea on what topic to write, and you need an assistant, you can spark the help of the creative of ChatGPT. Also, creative writer can also generate new idea and story more quickly and efficiently. When you tell ChatGPT what you like from it, it does all the heavy lifting in matter of seconds. Also, another benefit I also love to look at ChatGPT that creative writer can get from ChatGPT is also help writers to refine their writing inspiration, like providing feedback on grammars, spelling, syntaxes, which allow writers to make sure that their work is error-free. But the question which I would like to throw to audience, but because of that, I wouldn't want you to answer, but you can answer in the comment section is, how much can we rely or how much can we creative writer rely on ChatGPT? Because we all know that despite all the benefit and possibility that ChatGPT offer as a machine, it still has some limitation that we can often detect in the test. The truth is, almost every member that is in this meeting will use ChatGPT in one way or the other, but it still remains the reflection of the training data and do not have the same capacity for originality and critical thinking when it comes to creative writers as humans do. As a creative writer, you can't really rely 100% on ChatGPT while generating your idea because of those limitations. And other limitation that we can see on like the first image on the screen, we can see that ChatGPT lacks emotion, empathy, and sympathy. ChatGPT is a machine which is designed and is automated. So although we know that ChatGPT helps in generating quality content for creative writers, but how about the lack of your human touch and empathy or emotion that attach to writing? The chat does not have that, and this can be a problem, especially if you're a creative writer whose job is to persuade or influence readers. Another also, which you can see the second slide, which is the middle one, is also the inaccuracy of the ChatGPT. ChatGPT is not always accurate sometimes when you give it the response. Like we can see the second design, this is according to new tech observation from the UK. When ChatGPT was asked about the information on who can create a petition on the UK government e-petition system, ChatGPT answer was that everybody can go to the website and create an e-petition. While in the reality, it is only a British citizen and the UK resident that can create that e-petition. Also on the third slide here, which is the third image on the screen, we also see that another third limitation of the ChatGPT is training bias. ChatGPT is not only reliable, sometimes it's biased in its response. Also, we can also see that the data, outdated knowledge data set. ChatGPT can only provide information and respond to query based on what it has learned from the data set, which only goes up to 2021. So if you're able to, if you are a creative writer and you want to rely 100% on ChatGPT because you want to get your information, then you have to be careful and double check what you choose or you want the one you work with. Also, the last one here, and which is going to be aware of, is unreliable reference. ChatGPT sometimes reference ChatGPT make not only 100% correct. So as a creative writer, when you are taking or you are using ChatGPT, those are some of the limitations you want to work on, and you try to balance them so that you won't rely 100% on ChatGPT. Having taken you through the benefit and what you should be mindful of when using ChatGPT in order for you to get the best of it, it is now time to show you also how you can balance the two, how you can use the benefit, and also how you should be mindful of using the ChatGPT.
The reason why we start conversations is to find solutions. My brilliant teammates have established that ChatGPT is favorable, but can also pose as a disadvantage to creative writers. So I'm here to give you some best practices that would help creatives balance the use of ChatGPT. The first is to edit work to match natural human communication. What stands creative writers out is the ability to connect with humans through their writing. This is achieved using relatability technique. Hence, the need to tailor the writing to the needs of the audience. On the 26th of July, I was opportune to listen to a group of panelists talk about the upside and flip side of generative AI. This meeting was held on LinkedIn by KPMG US, and Misty Blower, a member of the panelists, who is the Chief Technology Officer of Daytopia, stated that as much as ChatGPT helped to ease work, there's still need for human experience and emotion in our work. Secondly, verify facts. Like my colleague already pointed, it's been proven that references from ChatGPT are mostly wrong. So creatives should always verify their facts before publishing to avoid misleading their audience. Thirdly, always proofread. Proofreading is a key process of writing, and ChatGPT should not be trusted enough to be exempted. Hence, the dire need for creatives to proofread the results from their prompts before further work is done. Fourthly, use it with other writing software. Always use your ChatGPT with other softwares such as Grammarly and Google. Finally, brainstorm ideas and then expand on them. Creative writers should use the work they get from ChatGPT as a headway to improve their work, as ChatGPT is not ready for prime time. After getting the results of your prompt, brainstorming and exploring different perspectives would help create and produce a better and more relatable work that resonates with your target audience. In conclusion, ChatGPT is a major technological revolution and should be approached open-mindedly. While we already know ChatGPT can assist with the technical aspect, it cannot replicate human experience or emotion, and these are essential to truly great writing. Also, creative writing is not just about arranging words on a page. It's an act of self-expression, an exploration of the human condition, and a means of connecting with others. Once again, we're Team Excellence, and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Team Excellence. You actually totally managed your time well. Your time usage was 1423, which is spot on, very good. I like when you space your work well and you use your time time well, so that's good. And Alirat, you've got a lovely voice, like very lovely. Your voice is lovely. Okay, so I'm going to call on judges and mentors to give feedback to this team. Anyone who wants to go, or do I have to call on? Okay, let me call on Paul. Mr. Paul, please, can you give them feedback, please?
Yes, team excellent. Can you hear me, please?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you.
All right, team excellent. That was an excellent presentation. One thing for me is actually the audience engagement. You really nailed it. Like, it was excellent. The way you carried everybody along, like you carried the mentors along, and you carried your fellow teammates along, and you carried everybody along. That was wonderful for me. Good presentation. Well done.
Thank you very much, Paul. Anyone else wants to give a feedback? Okay. Please, someone needs to talk. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. This team has got very high hopes, but there is something that I feel we need to tell them, so they need to address it for their next competition. I'll call on Adetayo. Adetayo always reads my mind. Adetayo. Can you hear me, Adetayo? Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
I can hear you. Sorry.
Thank you. That's
yes,
fine.
I can hear you. The group did very well. Just like you've commented, I love Alirat's presentation, cool, calm, and collected. They did a good job with their slide, not too wordy, and they had good references on their slides. However, you need to learn how to put your strong men in a place where they can really explore and put your not too strong people where you really want to nail. I won't mention name, but you can work on that as you continue on your journey in this competition. I really do not have much to say. Pronunciation on the average, out of the 4 of them, at least 2 to 3 were good with their pronunciation. Yes. And so I think for me, they did a good job.
Yeah.
I don't need your mind well this time.
Yeah, you did. To be honest, they did a good job. But the only thing I wanted to say is that just so that we are conscious of it. So as a Yoruba woman, I'm Yoruba, and then we have some certain ways that we pronounce some words as Yorubas, which I would not do internationally or in a community whereby I have other people from different cultures. So it's just so that we are aware of those things, and so that people don't take, because not everybody here understands that. So just be careful of some of the things that we will get away within our culture, but then when you go outside your culture, you wouldn't get away with it. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say. But besides that, yes, you all did well, very, very well. Ernest was very good. I love the fact that he carried his presentation with grace. Like so, yes, good job, guys. Good job, guys. Okay, so we'll move to the next thing. Yeah, please, judges, do send in your marks as soon as we're done with the feedbacks. Just keep the marks coming in. Okay, so next team, are you ready? I shouldn't be calling your name. You should know your name already and just come. Yeah? Pace setters.
Yes, ma'am, we're ready.
Perfect. Ceci, my Ceci. All right. Will you be projecting your slides yourself?
No, ma, you help us.
Okay, all right. I'm just going to look for that moment. So once you start speaking, your time will start. I'm going to start projecting.
Okay, ma.
Okay, please, I'm doing something.
Sorry. Antonia, sorry about that. Can you start all over again? You're breaking. I can't hear you well. Can you start again?
Yes.
You're breaking up a bit. When you're ready, you can start. Are you ready for me, guys?
Okay, ma, can I take over?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. What if I told you that we are in the course of technological revolution that could change the way we live, work, and study as a student? Well, this is called the first industrial revolution and is driven by AI. Good day, moderators. Good day, judges. We are team pace setters, and I am Citizen Su. With me here is Favor, Rita, Antonia, and myself, Citizen Su. The topic before us is the impact of Chat GPT. As a team, we are focusing more on ChatGPT on students' academic life. Let's dig in as I begin. ChatGPT, as we all know, is an example of an AI technology called the Large Language Model, LLM. It is a chatbot technology that can help you process your natural language and generate it with an immediate response. ChatGPT is designed to replicate the human conversation, and indeed, it is a cool assistant. From the researcher network, according to Ryan, the developer of the AI has been a phenomenon and impacting numerous aspects of our modern life. ChatGPT has shown an improvement in the student's life and linguistic ability significantly, expose students to high-quality language model that could aid their development language. It is fun and posing way of how students could ask questions and receive their answers. Immediately. Every day, as a student, I go back to ChatGPT. Questions I can't ask my lecturer physically, I go to ChatGPT and ask and get my answers. Dear moderators, according to the exploring topic that we have before us, every ChatGPT visitor use an average of 4 to 24.26 pages per minute on every visit. And they spend up to 7 minutes. They spend up to 7 minutes and 27 seconds on each website. ChatGPT currently has over 100 million users and generates 1.6 billion visits in June 2023. This is record-breaking, as only in just 5 days where it was launched out, it has 1 million users in November. According to the Yoga network, 70% of 35 to 45 years old uses ChatGPT since January 2023. Similarly, 50% also uses ChatGPT between the age of 18 to 29 years. Today, as a team, we'll be talking on how ChatGPT came about. As we all know, nothing came into existence without having a beginning. ChatGPT has been around for a while, and in recent years, it has been very popular. In recent months, it has been very popular. Today, the ChatGPT are used in various industries and most especially in our academic areas. The first ChatGPT that came in place is the ELIZA, and it was created by Joseph Weisberg in 1966. And the pattern for matching and substituting to stimulate conversation. The program has been designed in a way that it can mimic human conversation. The creation of ELIZA and other chatbots has begun to build up the model of Weisberg being to strive up the human interaction. Dear audience, the founder of this growth attributes, Sam Atom, who is up to date, serves as the president of the company of AI. ChatGPT is seen as a free researcher network since November 2022, and it's currently available for free, only for advanced premium where it's paid for now. I'd like to hand over to my teammate Favor to take us on the next ride on the literature review and the positive impact.
Okay, I'll be talking to us on some of the research works by two researchers who go by the name Chung KL and Charles AC. Investigated the impact of ChatGPT on education. A study revealed that although an assistant for instructors and a virtual tutor for students, there were challenges associated with its use, which includes generation of incorrect or fake information, and then the bypassing of plagiarism detectors. And for Charles AC, several benefits in education, which includes improved student engagement and enhanced teaching practices. However, there were also some negative implications his study found. Some of them are concerns of and potential bias. Now come with me as we take a look at the positive impact of life. Number one, here we have personalized tutoring. Speak of a non-human tutor, then we speak of ChatGPT. And answer any question you have. It also provides customized explanation and guidance, and even adapts to our learning styles as students. Interesting, isn't it? Some of us students, we feel restricted to ask our lecturers certain questions in the classroom. But with this virtual tutor, ChatGPT, we could ask whatever it is and even get immediate response. Now, the most interesting part is the fact that as a student, we no longer need to sift through voluminous textbooks or spend endless hours searching the internet for answers to assignments. At our disposal to provide us with everything we need, saving us time, relieving us of stress, and then the feature of a 24/7 availability. Now, the second positive impact of ChatGPT will be language learning, lingual support. So in case you've been looking for a way to improve your fluency in other languages, ChatGPT could be beneficial to you, and as it offers the opportunity to study, it could offer students the opportunity it could offer students who do not have the opportunity to study abroad or interact with native speakers in person. In a nutshell, it offers support in. Do you believe that ChatGPT understands my native language? I would like to call on Dr. Yusuf. I would like to ask Dr. Yusuf if he has ever asked ChatGPT a question, if he has ever asked ChatGPT a question relating to a particular language.
Favor.
Dr. Yusuf, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you very much for the question. Sorry, can you repeat the question? The line went off for a bit.
Okay, I was asking if you've ever asked ChatGPT about if you've ever translate a particular sentence or a word in another language.
Oh yes, definitely. I've asked Yeah, I've asked it a couple of times. Yeah.
Your network is gone. Oh.
We can't hear you, Phil.
Okay, I actually tried this. Would you believe that? Sorry. Okay, I'm going to move on now. Would my audience, would you believe that ChatGPT understands my native language, about the Igbo language here? I once asked ChatGPT how to say answered ChatGPT answered, how are you in Igbo language is Kedetwe Imere, right? ChatGPT is a very good multilingual support for students. And then over to the third point here, which is enhancing writing skills. In the realm of academia, where the essence of writing cannot be overemphasized, ChatGPT emerges as a stellar writing assistant. If as a student we are told to come up with any article or any academic writing, ChatGPT could be of benefit, as it helps us to generate suggestions for more coherent and compelling essays. At this point, I'm going to be calling on Rita to take over.
Thank you very much, Favor. Please, my next slide. Next slide. Okay, thank you, Ma. Now, anyone listening to Favor talk about the positive impact of ChatGPT will be like, oh, ChatGPT, what a lifesaver. However, when something seems so good, we are not likely going to stop to think about the possible negative impact of such things on us. ChatGPT, though it can assist learners in providing comprehensive answers to their numerous questions, it can as well make students to neglect the process of learning. Now, like a calculator or a search engine, we have the ability to reach a result without going through the process of reaching that result. In the positive sense, yes, we are making use of a calculator to get a result, but we are just getting an answer without minding how it got that answer. That's where we kind of separate ourselves from the learning. You are getting the answers, yes, but not going through the process of learning. That is one disadvantage of ChatGPT. This can also be can be related to a math word problem. You know how this word problem could be. It can be very complex. So anyone coming to tell you, okay, the solution is add these two numbers, subtract these two numbers, is not really helping you. And that's what ChatGPT does. Also, just like some literature that Favor helped us to review, it has been seen that ChatGPT kind of generates fake information for students. ChatGPT does not always provide credible information. The information provided by this technology is based only on the information available in its database, which some are even gotten from other people's work, making space for plagiarism. Also, ChatGPT has been found to make a place for plagiarism. Also, this here comes to play our need, the need for us to be critical thinkers and also to apply knowledge that we have. But what happens then when this technology is also impeding critical thinking? ChatGPT has been found to impact on the ability to think. Since it provides quick and easy access to information, there is this tendency that students can become addicted to it, and this might end up hindering the development of critical thinking skills in students. This is one demerit that must be watched out for, as this could lead to a generation of students who are skilled at merely regurgitating information without the capacity to analyze, synthesize, and evaluate it. Imagine a situation whereby some of my classmates in the course of writing their projects are telling me that they use ChatGPT for their literature review, even for background of their study and statements of the problem. They even go ahead to tell me that they used another AI called Quillbot for paraphrasing. And then it makes me wonder, what then do they do with their brain? I won't be wrong also if I won't be wrong if I say that most people now do not really seek knowledge. We do not really go after being gurus in whatever we do. This can be related. This can be the cause of, as a result of some AI technology. It has reduced the quest for knowledge acquisition. You know, as a chatbot, as an AI is just like a robot. It doesn't know where to draw the line between helping the learner versus doing the work for the learner. Sometimes in our learning experience, we need a tutor. Yes, we need help, but emphasis should be laid on good and quality help, because some help can hinder your ability to acquire new knowledge and skills, because the person providing the help actually produce the desired outcome without the learner's involvement. Not only that, the desired outcome might even be an issue. Okay, let me take you on some statistics. A research according to tidio.com shows that around 60% believe that using ChatGPT in any form is plagiarism. And also, at the same time, almost 33% stick to the opinion that copying and pasting ChatGPT generated content is plagiarism. Little wonder, according to Punch newspaper 2023, the University of Sydney's latest academic integrity policy now specifically states that generating content using artificial intelligence is a form of cheating. This brings me to some important quotes. Next slide, please. Just like Aristotle said in his important quotes, the roots of education are bitter, but the fruit is sweet. Favor, in telling us the positive impact, talked about going through voluminous textbook. But my dear, I need to tell you, yes, you need to go through that voluminous textbook. You need to get the ideas behind everything that you see online and everything that your teacher tells you. Also, John Dewey said, a true education is the intellectual growth of an individual, achieved through the exercise of critical thinking, tolerance, and creativity. Mark the word, critical thinking, tolerance, and creativity. Team Fireflyers in their presentation talked about ChatGPT helping someone to create some stuff. Like you can go ask ChatGPT to create something for you, it will create it for you. What then happens to the human mind? What then happens to we being creative on ourselves? Also, Henry stated, a man may indeed acquire higher knowledge, but not by following or copying the rise of another, but by his own thinking. Yes, me, I would like to be a guru, so that not tomorrow when my son or my junior ones come to me to write the assignments for them, I'll be like, oh, junior, bring my phone, let me ask ChatGPT. You can imagine how that would be. Ceci, please, can you help us with our conclusion and recommendation based on this study?
Thank you very much, Tim. My dear audience, it has been a wonderful ride so far. So please hang on. The use of chatbots in education is now changing how students communicate with their outside world. However, technological evolution like machine learning, chatbot in education is no longer a future thing, if you agree with me. It is now a solution for the present. ChatGPT is here to stay. Embracing it and now using its most positive impact is an advantage for we students. The popular saying that technology is a useful servant, but a dangerous master, well, is how we utilize it that matters. Below, next slide, please. Below, I'm sorry. My teammates and I, we have created some recommendation on how students could utilize the ChatGPT tools and not misusing it. One, by making it our assistant. Always remember it's just an assistant and not a replacement for your brain. So you also have to remember that you have to use your idea and also think. For students that cannot, for slow learners and students who doesn't learn in class, ChatGPT is very good as a study partner also. My dear audience, technology is just a tool according to Bill Gates in terms of getting students to work together and serve as a motivation for teachers and mentors. ChatGPT is good, yes, we agree. It has a bad side also, we agree. But the main point is that we don't get caught up in the web of its goodness and forgetting the learning process and also becoming a servant to this dangerous master. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, team pace setters. Thank you very much. I'm just going to quickly say this before I allow the judges to talk. I think the only presenter that I enjoyed was Rita, and it was because she carried everyone along with her presentation. Ceci and the second presenter, they seem to have a different slide that they were following, which was different from the slide that we're seeing. Because number one, you were not carrying me along with the slides. You were reading stuff that was not even in any relation with the slides that I was projecting. So I feel like you guys need to work on that. make sure that you are signposting your listeners, your audience, to what you're reading, even within the slides. We are not saying that you should read directly from the slide or make your slides wordy, but then again, there should be a link within what you're saying and what is on the slide as well. Aside that, good job. The only other thing I was going to say is, please, again, just the same comment that I gave the team before you, the pronunciation of some of your words could be better. Again, be careful of cultural pronunciation as well, especially when you're in this kind of setting. We have people judges from different countries and nations of the world here. So just be careful when you're pronouncing some words. Okay. Any mentor or judges want to give feedback, please? Please, I don't have to call you. Please, yeah, thank you.
Well done, team Pacesetters. One thing I really liked about your presentation is that I think it was very relatable. I like its audience engagement. So you engaged me. I was going from one slide to the other the way you were, and I loved Rita's presentation as well. And Ceci's last presentation was really nice. Even though the first time Ceci presented, I think on the second slide, or was she the one that started? So
yes,
that
was the one that started.
Yeah, so that wasn't so great. I guess it's because of the tension, but the last presentation was really nice. She nailed that last part. The way the last transition was great. The way you said, well, guys, hang on, we are almost at the, I was like, okay, this is presentation. So well done for that last. Only if you could have started this with that energy that you put in the last part. It was really nice the way you ended the presentation. So well done. I didn't really like the slide for the last part. The other ones were okay, but the last one felt like I had to be reading from the slides, and I don't like when I have to read from the slides. It was too wordy. So that's one thing you can also work on. But good transition all around, good synergy. Well done, guys. The network didn't help. Your other presenter, was it?
Yeah.
So yeah, so didn't help that much, but I guess hopefully, your next presentation you would have a clear network, and then it will be better. But well done to Team Pacesetters, and you made some research as well. It's just that some references were also missing. If you are going to talk about if you are not the one saying it, then you need to put references. And then a reference list at the end of your presentation slide would be good as well. So, but aside that, well done to Team Pacesetters.
All right, well done, guys. Can I just say this before you go, is that you are 1 minute over your time. You would be pardoned on this occasion because it's the first presentation and it's just 1 minute over the time. But please make sure that you stick to time and make sure that you are exactly on time. 15 minutes is the max time, so make sure that it's within that range of 15 minutes. Next time when you go over time from next week, you would have 2 marks deducted from your mark. So please stick to time, do your rehearsals well, and then stick to time. Yeah?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Ceci. All right, guys. All right, Daytopia, yeah, you've got feedback, yeah?
Just a quick one. When showing your stats, please make sure you are using statistical tools. It's very important. Or just like Dr. Yusuf said, they are too wordy. We have to read those stats. Just use statistical tools. And good job referring to Team Fireflies for what they have said. Just to add to what Dr. Yusuf said. Thank you.
Yes, I missed that. I particularly love that. I like that, the fact that it means they were listening, and it means they were involved in the whole process. So yeah, great job for that. All right. So who's presenting next? Guys, who's presenting? Okay, so I'm going to call on the next presenter, and that is Team Great Nexus. So you should already know who's presenting, and just shout out your name already, yeah?
Sorry, ma. Yeah.
That's all right. Mama Bolanle, you wanted me to project your slides for you.
Yes, ma.
1 minute, please. Okay, I'm ready when you are. Your time will start when you start talking.
Yes. Okay, ma. I'm actually ready, ma. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bolanle Wonifari, and I'm the group leader for Team 1, which is Great Networks. And my name is Bolanle Wonifari, and we have Adeyemi Temiloluwa, and we have Daniel Adeshino, and also Aminat Benlo. So I would like to call on Daniel Adeshino to give us a brief introduction on our topic. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. All right, starting with the introduction of the topic. Can you hear me?
Yes, go on, we can hear you.
All right, so starting with the introduction, AI technologies have rapidly evolved, which resulted to the emergence of ChatGPT, which went viral last year, 2022. After which, many more AI has created and resurrected, amongst are Google Bard AI, Cloud AI, and also in the financial services sector, we have AI such as FinChatBox AI. Over time, we also have big companies like Bloomberg, which launched their GPT earlier this last week to make the financial data generation for users like their client employees so that they can easily access financial data. Also, we have companies like Morgan Stanley some months ago also announced how their workers have been leveraging on AI tools. Microsoft also partnered with OpenAI, after which they created what we call Copilot AI, which has also made the use of Microsoft 365, such as Excel, PowerPoint, easy for workers to design and easily get their tasks done faster. And over time, this has also increased the revenue of Microsoft. As at the Q2 of this year, Microsoft recorded a high revenue because of part of this partnership they did with OpenAI. We'll walk you through the impact of ChatGPT on the future of work and its implication for businesses and employees. Next slide. However, let's go back in time and talk about the evolution of ChatGPT. But first, what is ChatGPT? ChatGPT was developed by OpenAI and began as a language model, and its evolution can be traced back to the earlier version of ChatGPT, which stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer. The first ChatGPT was introduced in 2018, called ChatGPT 1. It was a promising because it's more of like it's human-like text, but it has limitations such as content retention, and at times it generates some nonsense items. OpenAI released another version in 2019 called GPT-2, which was much larger model, having 1.5 billion parameters. With research and development, ChatGPT was later metamorphosed to ChatGPT-3 in 2020, having parameters which was increased to 175 billion, which made it one of the largest language model. So ChatGPT was now the version of the GPT-3 model that were refined for conversational interaction. OpenAI developed and released various versions of ChatGPT that were optimized to be more user-friendly and useful in chat-based application, which enables seamless interaction with AI through natural language conversation. Last year was the AI boom after the official public release of ChatGPT in November 30, 2022. Since then till now, Microsoft is the largest investor in OpenAI. And last week, Meta also partnered with OpenAI to unleash the opportunities in this area for employees and businesses. My colleague Bolanle will walk us through the journey of its benefits.
All right, thank you very much, Dan. Thank you very much, Dan. Actually, our topic is the future of work in the age of ChatGPT, and you all will agree with me that Dan actually did justice on what he presented on the introduction. ChatGPT is a promising one with the potential to revolutionize the way we work and collaborate. And actually, it's actually a very powerful force for the assistants, the employees, the employers, and even everybody. So even in the workplace, we all agree with me that we all use ChatGPT when we are at work. Those that presented before, we're talking about education system like school, anywhere. So ChatGPT is actually used everywhere, but we are focusing on how it is used actually in the workplace. So I'm looking at the benefits of ChatGPT. The first one is ChatGPT can automate repetitive tasks, increasing productivity and allowing employees to focus more on strategic work. For example, if I'm actually at work, for example, and my boss or direct supervisor gives me an assignment to do, what I will actually do, first of all, if I want to be very fast, because for me to start doing some research, like going online, Google, Chrome, start editing, for me to save time, because most times my boss can actually give me a target. What will I just do? For me to just go directly to ChatGPT and ask questions. So one thing that the benefit of ChatGPT actually is that it's actually it's focused more on the strategic work to give me the right thing at the right time. The next thing about the benefit of ChatGPT. Ma, please, next. Also, AI-powered chatbots offer constant support and assistance to customers, clients, or employees, ensuring queries are addressed properly. Another thing that actually helps also is that it actually saves time and also address things promptly. Like it gives you immediately. Like it can even be short. And even though it's actually long, you can quickly edit and just take what you want to take. So talking about AI, it offers constant support to either customers, clients, or employees. Another thing also is that you can actually use it 24/7 service. You can wake up in the midnight, anytime. You're always very, very available. And if you're on the road, anywhere you are, you can actually bring out your phone. Another thing about it is that ChatGPT's ability to provide personalized and context-aware response. It leads to better customer satisfaction and engagement. One thing about ChatGPT also that it actually brings about customer experience. You get satisfied. You're not even the only one getting satisfied. Even your customer involved or anyone you're working with in the workplace will be satisfied with your work. Most times, people that even use ChatGPT more, apart from education, I don't think people even in the workplace because of to save time. We all know, you guys will all agree with me that money is time. Time is actually money. So to save time, and apart from that, some people might need the reference, but ChatGPT is actually very available to give you all those things. Another thing about ChatGPT is ability to provide personalized and context-aware response, which leads to better customer satisfaction and engagement. Another example is Microsoft Copilot. Ma, please, the next one. And number 6 is that implementing ChatGPT can lead to cost savings in customer support, data analysis, and other business process. You can save cost of looking for content people that can write, content writers. You can save cost for data analysis, because you guys are doing me that maybe 10 years ago, people don't even know about this ChatGPT. But now, thank you for technology. People now anybody that have an Android phone can just download it, and the download is even for free. It's like apart from you having your data, you don't need to subscribe like you're watching Netflix or you're doing like other app that you involve money. But this is actually very, very free. So another thing is that it saves a lot of costs. Yes. Now please next. So I would like to talk. I would like my teammate Amina talk about the importance and responsibility of the use of ChatGPT. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bolanle. Next slide, please. There have been a lot of controversies about ChatGPT replacing human workforce, but let's look at some of the reasons why ChatGPT is meant to complement but not replace human efforts. Number one is lack of real-world experiences. ChatGPT is trained on a vast amount of data from the internet, but it lacks the real-world experience that you and I have. It cannot give a wealth of experience or understand the nuances in human interaction. We also have inability for ethical and moral decision making. ChatGPT lacks a moral compass and cannot make ethical decisions on its own. Have you ever asked some questions and ChatGPT will tell you that it is just an AI and not a human? So only human beings can make essential ethical judgments and address sensitive issues. We also have lack of creativity and innovation. ChatGPT can assist in generating ideas, but true creativity and innovation often comes from the human mind, as ChatGPT lacks the ability to think outside the box. We also have contextual understanding. ChatGPT's understanding of context is limited compared to human being, and sometimes it can misinterpret the queries or generate inappropriate responses. And lastly, we have unforeseen circumstances. In unpredictable situations, ChatGPT may struggle to respond appropriately, but as humans, we are better equipped to handle scenarios that fall outside the scope of AI's training. How then can ChatGPT complement the human efforts? Next slide, please. Number one is customer support. ChatGPT can handle routine customer inquiries, providing instant responses and freeing up human beings to focus on more complex or sensitive customer issues. Content creation. ChatGPT can generate drafts or outlines for articles, blog posts, or reports, helping human writers kickstart their writing process. Personally, I have used ChatGPT so many times to generate writing prompts or generate ideas on a particular prompt. Have you? And also we have creative ideation. ChatGPT can generate ideas and suggestions for brainstorming sessions, helping humans explore a wider range of possibilities. Over to you, Temiloluwa.
Thank you, Ms. Aminat Bello. So moving on from where she stopped, I'm still going to talk about ways ChatGPT can complement human skills. We have virtual assistants. ChatGPT can act as virtual assistants, managing schedules, setting reminders, and answering written questions, helping users stay organized and focused. Lastly, here we have educational support. ChatGPT can act as a tutor, explaining concepts and providing explanations for students, assisting them with homework and learning materials. As students, we all know ChatGPT has saved us time, money, and energy. Time we would have wasted, looking for answers to various, unnecessary assignments. ChatGPT has helped us. So now, in conclusion, thank you, Ma. In conclusion, the future of work in the age of ChatGPT holds great potential for both employees and employers. The emergence of this advanced AI technology opens up new avenue for collaboration, innovation, and efficiency in the workplace. For employees, ChatGPT offers the opportunity to offload mundane and repetitive tasks to an AI assistant, allowing them to focus on more strategic and creative aspects of their work. With the ability to handle a wide range of tasks and access to vast amounts of information, ChatGPT can provide valuable support and guidance, enhancing productivity and job satisfaction. The future of work in the age of ChatGPT is a promising one, with the potential to revolutionize the way we work and collaborate. By leveraging the capabilities of these powerful AI assistants, employees and employers can unlock new levels of efficiency, productivity, and innovation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to call on the judges to please give the team feedback, please. Feedback. Please, let me start calling names. It's just give feedbacks.
Okay, Mr. Aditayo is after.
Yes, yeah, Aditayo, yeah.
All right. Well done, team. Next up, right? Now, the future of work in the age of ChatGPT. You've done a good job. You tried your best.
one thing I want you to observe, you have 4 people, only Aminat, no, Onifari showed us her face, and others, it's not that you have your picture on the slide or something. We don't get to know you. I think you can work more on that. It's either you have your pictures on the slide, or at least you show your face for a few seconds, then you take it off by taking permission. David Adeshino, it was like, I'm sorry to use that word, it was like you're forced to come here, or you just want to do this by force. Please, you need to know that this is an international competition, and you're here to develop yourself. There are some words that shouldn't have been used in this presentation, like words like nonsense items. If we as judges or mentors just addressed what you have done as nonsense, how would you feel? So there should be constructive criticism of whatever thing you're trying to criticize. You also made mention of some points on your slide, like saying lack of creativity and innovation for Chat GPT. That's a very, very suicidal comment to make. You can find a way around it, that the creativity and innovation could not be human related, or could not have empathy or sympathy or passion, as the case might be. But for you saying Chat GPT lacks creativity and innovation, it is creativity and innovation itself. So that is a kind of a biased statement. You need to watch our biases when dealing with things like this. So I think that says it from my own angle here. Good job. You are here to improve. So before, thank you.
Okay, Paul, you want to say something?
Yes, I want to say something. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
All right. Like my fellow mentor said, it's a good presentation, bro. I just want to highlight some things that could be done better. So there was this point where the leader wanted to hand over to another team member, and there was a particular slide that was skipped. I don't know if anybody noticed that. Yeah, so
yes, I noticed this.
Exactly. So you told us that the person presenting was going to stop on that particular slide, and I was waiting like to hear something, but when she came on board, she said next slide. So I think you should actually take note of that. Yes, and your team audience engagement was very poor, please. So for your next presentation, you should work on that. And one more thing that I noticed was when you were making, you were trying to make reference to the other team that have presented, you could be more specific. You know, like you said, there was something you said, like what others said, something like that. That is not professional, yeah? So you could be more specific. Like it shows us that you are following what we are doing and you are listening to others when they're presenting. So you could do something like, oh, okay, when Team Excellence were presenting, they said this and that. But you saying when others were presenting is not professional. But in whole, good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Dr. Yusuf, you want to say something?
Yeah, so I just listed a couple of points, but most of them have been mentioned. It's just that one more thing is try as much as possible to remove fillers in your presentation. So a lot of M's, I noticed a lot of M. You know, try as much as possible to reduce it. And then the one I wanted to even talk about is the presentation slide. I'm like, what? It's not a good one at all. The presentation slide is not good. First of all, you used some colors. I'm like, why are you adding purple plus blue and then black? Why are you writing black on a brown background? And I'm like squinting my eyes to read it. Green plus blue. I'm like, who is doing this color combination, for God's sake? So please try as much as possible for your next presentation. Work on your slides, I beg. Please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yusuf. Look, man, you have your hands, please.
Yeah, I think Dr. Yusuf just touched on what I wanted to highlight. The slides was really, really it wasn't, good to the eyes. So I think you guys should work more on your slides next time. And also, in terms of your creativity, this is a presentation on creativity. I think you guys could do more when it comes to, organizing your thoughts and also presenting it. And that also involves, your slides itself. So you need to work more on how to engage the audience, how to, come up with good slides. But overall, you guys had great content and, the overall presentation was great too. Well done.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm just going to say that I don't know why. I think the judges are trying to be nice. Everyone knows me. I'm not a very nice person. I think that's why I didn't say anything at the beginning. And I'm just going to be as blunt as I can with you. I think the only thing that is good with this presentation is the fact that you guys showed up here. The slides were nothing to write home about. Your presentation had feelers. There was no, I didn't even feel any connection within the team in itself. It was like Omobolale was freestyling at some point, which I don't even understand why. So guys, I feel like you can do better. You could do better. Just try to have more coordination within the team. I understand that many of the teams here today had to do this last minute and all that, but at least we've had some that have managed to bring out something good. So please, guys, next week, work on it. I know your strength. I know what you can do. However, can I just say this? Was it the second to last presenter? I've forgotten the name now. Was a bit better. She managed presentation well. But generally, just work together as a team and work on your coordination as well. And please don't freestyle. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go to the next team. We're almost at the middle. Your timing was good as well. Can I just say that you managed your time well? I think you did that well as well. You managed your time well. It was 14 minutes, which is good. All right, to the next presenter, please. Are you guys ready?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. I like that. All right, so this is team Maverick. Did I pronounce it right?
Maverick.
Yeah, Maverick. So this is team Maverick. To all the judges, do you want me to project your slides for you, or you want to do it yourself?
Yes, ma, you present it for us.
Okay, I'm just going to get it out. One minute, please. Okay, found it. Do you have any sound in it?
No, not at all.
All right. Sorry, it keeps running away. I'm not sure why. Just going to try again. Oh, yeah. All right, your time will start once you start talking.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Mavericks. I'll start with the introduction of our team members. My name is Onobadro Taiwo, a final year student of Obafemi Awolowo University. We also have Mohammed Gimba, a penultimate student of Abubakar University. Then we have Umba Ilanda, a penultimate student of the University of Ilorin. Then we have Akindele Similoluwa, a final year student of Obafemi Awolowo University. Please, next slide. Okay, I want to believe everyone has heard of ChatGPT one way or the other. We may have even used it in our activities, right? So now what then is ChatGPT? ChatGPT is an AI chat box that uses natural language processing to create human-like conversation dialogue. So most of us put our assignments there and actually get a response. But once you know about something, you put it there and respond, you read up on it. It is great for our research, right? So now what's the full meaning of the GPT beside it? Chat GPT. So it means chat generative pre-trained transformer. So please, next slide. Okay, now what I'm going to be taking us through the history of a brief history of what ChatGPT, how it came about. First of all, it was launched November 30, 2022, and it was developed by OpenAI, whose CEO currently is Sam Altman. Before Elon Musk was part of the board, but it's no longer part of the board. ChatGPT has been constantly improved. We have GPT-1, GPT-2, GPT-3, GPT-3X, and GPT-4, and each of them have been trying to help with like they are improving the GPT as a whole, looking for the way they can make it better to suit human needs, right? So next slide, please. So why else? Why did we as Team Maverick decide to talk on the impact of ChatGPT on health? I believe that some people are wondering. Well, first of all, the health sector is one of the most important sectors. As an accountant, if you are not healthy, you will not be able to function. As an economist, you will not be able to function. Even as a medical doctor, once you are not healthy, you will not be able to function. And if everyone has their contribution towards the productivity of the economy, and health is wealth, that's how it's linked to the productivity of the economy. And ChatGPT has made several contributions to this sector. And I would love my team member will be taking you through all the contributions. So now I'll be calling on the next presenter, Mohammed, to talk about the positive contribution.
Thank you, Taiwo. ChatGPT over the year has made several contributions, positive contribution to the health sector. Next slide, please. Next sector now. Some of this contribution includes accurate and efficient diagnosis based on medical history. Let me give an instance. In a triage emergency department, where doctors usually examine the medical history and current symptoms of patient before they could give priority to this patient, tend to waste much time, which these are tasks that ChatGPT can actually carry out within a few seconds and make suggestions that would be even that could solve patient problem. Another important thing is medical management. You know that ChatGPT often open tabs for every information that you put in and the outcomes that comes out of that command. So this can be a point of reference for medical doctors who want to make further prescription to their patient. Of course, there is drug information. ChatGPT could help in providing drug information, especially when the information provided by the doctor is ambiguous and complex. ChatGPT could help in breaking down this information into bits in order to enhance the understanding of the patient. Next slide, please. What else can ChatGPT has done to the health sector? Another important thing is that ChatGPT helps students improve their communication, problem solving, and logical thinking abilities in clinical work. Let me give you an instance. Most doctors tend to waste much time to come up with a research outline. These are things that ChatGPT could do by providing an outline, or if they want to research on a particular medical terminology that is difficult for them to understand, they could resort to ChatGPT to get more information. Lastly, ChatGPT can serve as a virtual assistant to doctors. For instance, it can create a case scenario, or let's say a hypothetical example of surgery, for example, and explain to that doctor on some of the risks and the impact that surgery can come up with. This can help the patient as well and improve the confidence of the patient. And this means it can help in pre-operational preparation before surgery takes place. Of course, ChatGPT has made several contributions to the health sector, but it is not a sacred cow itself. It has some negative impact. It has some limitation. And that's why I would like to call on Mubarak to walk us or walk us on some of the negative impact of ChatGPT.
Thank you, Mohammed. Most practitioners, especially students in medical schools, they tend to depend too much on ChatGPT for most decisions. Now, this in turn reduces their ability to make practical and valuable inputs and research in the medical line. ChatGPT is in different versions. We have the version 3.0 and we have the version 4.0. These days, version 3.0 is the one available for public use, and it's not advisable for diagnosis. According to Sarah Knapton through telegraphcode.uk, where researchers actually put ChatGPT through a test. However, it actually gave a wrong advice about breast cancer at the end of the day. ChatGPT also gives recommendations or answers based on the information provided during its machine learning process. It is very restricted to volume of data, variety, and date. Some new additions in medical profession must have not been incorporated in ChatGPT, especially the version 3.5. These result in giving very, very wrong diagnosis at the end of the day. Next slide, please. Medical ethics, privacy, and standards are crucial consideration when using AI models like ChatGPT in healthcare or any sensitive domain. Most users interacting with ChatGPT are vividly aware that they are interacting with an AI, and they understand the implications of sharing personal or information that are sensitive. However, they actually like to proceed. ChatGPT cannot also be allowed to prescribe personal treatment to patients. The AI might, in its own destructive stage, at the end of the day, prescribe wrongly. This should also be done by medical professionals when it comes to giving these advices. I would like to call on Simile Oluwa to bring up the next slide, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, my teammate. I'm sure the audience enjoyed the presentation. So I'll take us on the future of ChatGPT in the health sector and also the conclusion. Yes, one of the future impact ChatGPT we have on the health sector is evidence-based recommendation. Yes, it is not yet there. We still have a lot of loopholes and lapses, but then ChatGPT is getting to that point where it's going to present to the doctors and health sector workers the evidence-based recommendation. So now the ChatGPT is going to be structured in such a way that it can look up digital data and records in seconds. This is going to foster and help the doctors and other health sector workers in order to make recommendations that are based on evidence, not just their mere speculation, but it can easily search up data and come up with a medication or a particular recommendation that would suit their patient. Also, round-the-clock patient care. Well, ChatGPT is also there. It's also going to get to that page where patient no longer have to acquire or hire a 24-hour nurse. Now, this is going to be so because it's going to be programmed in such a way that as a patient, I can look up the time I need to take my medication. Oh, have I taken my medication? Oh, are there some particular allergies to this medication I need to watch out for? Now, all of these are going to be incorporated into ChatGPT in order to help the health sector. Also, we have reducing manual errors. Well, it's interesting to tell you that we have 3% of surgeries that encounter problems. While 54% of the surgeries could have been prevented, or these problems in the surgeries could have been prevented. Well, now ChatGPT is going to get to that stage where we can prevent this 54% of problems in surgeries. Isn't that wonderful? Like 54%, that means we're just left with 46% to deal with. Well, that's actually great on my hand. So ChatGPT is going to get to that place where manual errors will be reduced drastically, and all of those problems we encountered during surgeries will also be reduced. Also, we have medication management. Like I said earlier, patients can easily track their medication, and not just the patient, even the doctors. They have a way through this improved ChatGPT in the future, you'll be able to track, oh, this patient is on this medication. Oh, what else can I do about it? So medication is going to go so seamlessly. And also certain volunteers for clinical research. Yeah, that's true. Doctors, health practitioners, there are times when they need to have clinical tests. And it's not so easy getting the right person or the right testing ground for all of this tests. So there's the need for them to access ChatGPT And this is going to be possible in the nearest future, looking at the impact of ChatGPT in the health sector. Well, then, Team Payseta has mentioned that if ChatGPT is the one giving us all of this information, then what is our brain for? Well, I would like to tell you, our brain is for the application. Now, no matter how much ChatGPT can provide us information, no matter how much it can give us data, it still relies on us as the human being. It still relies on us as the doctor and nurses to be able to apply this data, to be able to analyze it, to be able to bring in our own personal knowledge and experience into this data and use it rightly. So it's not about ChatGPT giving us all of the information. It only makes the work faster. We have a lot of patients, we have a lot of people in the health sector that needs urgent medical treatment and all of that. But then we notice that we don't have enough hands. So ChatGPT is going to help reduce all of this unnecessary waste of time. And then doctors can get straight to the application of their knowledge and not wasting time searching up for knowledge. So all of these are things that would still happen in the future as regard ChatGPT in the health sector. So to end with, ChatGPT is not here to take over the health sector. No, it is here to complement the health sector. It is here to give an helping hand to the doctors, to the nurses, to the health workers. Everybody needs ChatGPT, but the way we use it is what matters. And so ChatGPT is not going to take over the health sector. It is only going to be an assistant to the health workers. So doctors are not going to be hard of work. Nurses, they are not hard of work. They are only going to be faster in delivering their work. So I really hope that with this presentation, you've come to know that ChatGPT is important in the health sector as any other sector. Because even before today, I wasn't really knowledgeable about the fact that ChatGPT has done this in the health sector. But due to this presentation, I also was able to come to this knowledge. So also today, I hope you've learned something, that the health sector also needs ChatGPT, and it has a lot of impact for it in the future. Thank you very much. This is Team Maverick, and thank you for your time.
Wow, I'm feeling you guys. Oh. You guys are on fire. Okay. Lukman, you have your hands up.
Oh, I had my hands up right from the last time.
Okay.
Previous
Yes, just
presentation,
give
but
them
no
feedback.
problem. Let me just give you a feedback. Like I really learned a lot. Basically, I love the fact that you set the right context, for the whole topic before you even start the presentation. That's really commendable. And I love the contents of the presentation. It was really great. And, basically, I'm sure that everyone has learned something today. This is a very, good choice of topic to pick. However, I think while Simi was presenting, she made mention of a statistic that she didn't back with any evidence or reference. And I think that's an area she can, work on. But overall, the presentation was basically one of the best presentations I've listened to today. Well done to your team.
Thank you. Did anyone notice that this team was the only team that really said what GBT was? Everyone just said ChatGPT. That this was the only team that actually really said what GPT was, and I really like that. I like that. So Dewale, you as Dr. Yusuf, you have your answer.
Yeah, I'm just going to echo what Lukman has said. It's a really good presentation. I enjoyed it. First of all, the fact that you you picked a niche, you picked a sector that is very, very important, health sector, and you really did justice to it. You talked about how it can be used, how it's currently used, and all that. So, which is great. The only it was good presentation as well. Nice transition. It's obvious Simi is a really good presenter, and the rest of the team as well. She was just quite unique with the way she presented and the way she concluded the presentation. I think you guys really structured it well to put Simi to the end to make it all make sense, which is great. The first presenter too was great. It was just a really good presentation. The only thing is that I still notice some fillers, which you can still work on to reduce. The M's were a lot, so you can still watch that one. And like Lukman said, when you are making reference to statistics, you need to tell us where you're getting it from. I was wondering where the 54% was from. And then these slides were good, very simplistic, which is simple is okay. But if you are using a lot of statistics, we need to see infographics. It will make your work, your slides better and your presentation a lot better. So just that one, and but generally, it's a really, really good presentation. Well done, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. The other thing I was just going to say is I think what you said with regards to the referencing is something that every team that's presented so far should work on. There was actually one team that actually referenced Wikipedia, and I was really disappointed seeing that. So this is something that everyone should work on. If you are, this is a professional platform. It's not you talking to your friend. So when you are making claims, you need to back it up with evidence as well. Yeah. Okay, so thank you all for the judges that have given their feedback. Appreciate it. All right, I'm going to go to the next team, and that's Team Fusion. Are you guys here?
We are here.
Thank you. Do you want me to share your slides for you?
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right, just a minute. Just a minute, please. So your time will start once you start speaking, yeah?
Okay, ma.
Who's starting?
Iben, Ebenezer, you can start now.
Sorry, he's having a technical glitch from his end.
Right.
He can't dial in to hear the audio, so I'm trying to help him out. So a few seconds, ma.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Since he's not able to come on board, I will try to take over, not to waste time.
Okay. You won't try. You wait. You won't try. Don't you stop using the wrong words. You won't try. You will take over. Yeah.
All right.
All right. Be more confident that you will take over. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Yeah.
Good evening, Daytopians. Good evening, my esteemed teammates and the panel of judges. It's great to be here this evening. This is Team Fusion presenting. So with me presenting tonight, we'll be having Comfort Fashakin, who is our team lead. She's a graduate of economics.
Apparently, AI is the new electricity, as electricity almost changed everything in the world 100 years ago. Today, I actually find it out thinking about an industry that electricity or that AI will not definitely transform in years to come.
Wait.
This was a quote made by an AI researcher and as well as the co-founder of Coursera,
1 minute, please.
Andrew Henry. Good afternoon, Daytopians, panel of judges, my co-presenters, and my fellow attendees. We had Team Fusion, a team of 2 brilliant males and females
cohesively working together with the main purpose of harnessing the individual skills, creativity, and potentials so as to make the synergy a reality. Before diving into the matter of the day, which is the impact of ChatGPT, I'll firstly like to introduce the great minds in this team. First, Comfort Fashakin, an economics graduate of University of Abuja. Safia Umar, an economics student of Ahmadu Bello University Zaria. James Oyarinde, a veterinary medicine student of University of Ilorin. And my humble self, Ebenezer Ayola, an accounting graduate of Obafemi University. In delineating this topic, the impact of ChatGPT, we would like to make use of a subtopic titled The Positive Applications of ChatGPT in the Education Sector. First and foremost, before going into this aspect, I'll firstly like to, can you please move to the next slide? Before starting, I'll firstly like to ask my fellow attendees this question, and I want you to make the comments available in the comment section. I mean, your answer available in the comment section as quick as possible. The questions goes thus: have you for once find yourself in a particular situation whereby you are unable to provide a solution to a particular problem, or you are unable to find a direct answer to a particular question in your studies or in your assignment, and you took this issue to ChatGPT to get the problem solved? At the end of the day, you're able to get the problem solved through ChatGPT. If I've once done this, I would like you to signify in the comment section with a comment of yes or no. If you have once done this, you surely see that ChatGPT has a lot of abilities and technicalities. So before I move on, can we please switch over videos? Can you please, can all the team members, okay, thank you. In talking about the positive applications of ChatGPT in the education sector, I'll firstly like to talk about the technicalities that we can optimize in ChatGPT. ChatGPT, with a lot of potentials, has a lot of impacts and positive contributions to make in the education sector. And we're delighted to share with you today how we can optimize these great technology in enhancing the way we teach and the way we learn. ChatGPT is an AI developed by OpenAI, developed as an advanced language model to help in discussions, generate tests, and to also help in getting problems solved, and to also help in getting enlightenment and clarity virtually. As an AI, it can help someone, just as if you are discussing with someone on WhatsApp. For example, you want to get something solved through someone on WhatsApp or through social media or virtually, you can just send the person the message or for that person will get the problem solved for you online. So also ChatGPT. Through ChatGPT, you can get problems solved online virtually, and you can get enlightenment and clarity. With this, ChatGPT has a lot of opportunities opened that we can optimize as teachers and students in our learning and our teaching. Next slide, please. Like I said earlier, ChatGPT has a lot of technicalities that we can optimize in the education sector. For teachers, ChatGPT can help them in drafting superb lesson notes and in brainstorming on superb ideas so as to put the student through and enlighten them the right way. Also, ChatGPT can help teachers whenever they go blank. For example, there was a lady Copper who was teaching students one day, and she was particularly solving one mathematics questions. Along the line, she went blank and she couldn't get the problem solved in the presence of the students. After the class, she went to ChatGPT and threw the question to it, and within minutes, ChatGPT got the problem solved. And the lady was able to find her way back to see the step that she missed that she missed in not getting the question right in the presence of the students. So that's what I'm saying, that ChatGPT can help teachers to get the problem solved and to help them whenever they go blank, at least whenever they miss step or whenever they miss the track, it can help them to find a way back and to generate ideas, pragmatic ideas in enlightening students the right way. Also for the students, ChatGPT can help students to enhance their self-learning, self-growth, and self-development in such a way that they be able to exhibit their brilliance among their fellow contemporaries in the world. and also enhance the critical thinking skills and the creativity and also the problem solving skills. Some lecturers even say sometimes that students should go extra mile to learn one course or the other, to get in-depth knowledge of one course or the other by going extra mile. With the use of ChatGPT, students can get in-depth knowledge and insight at their safe space and at a comfortable time. This will enable them to broaden and widen their knowledge among the contemporaries in the world and to be able to become better versions of themselves. With the help of ChatGPT, students and teachers will be able to become better versions of themselves in years to come and in also the area of specialization, and also help them to utilize their potentials to the fullest. James, with the help of ChatGPT in helping us to enhancing our teaching and learning, I would like to call on to James now to enlighten us more on how ChatGPT can help us in personalizing learning experiences as students and to also help us in our assignments, essay writing, and research work. Over to you, James.
Thank you, Eben, for the wonderful presentation. So the topic of discourse for today is a positive impact of ChatGPT in educational sector. I would like to further discuss on the significance of ChatGPT in the educational sector, which is ChatGPT plays an important role in personalized learning experience for students. ChatGPT can create vast amount of data to understand individual student learning style and strength of each student, also an improved way of learning for each student. So ChatGPT plays significant roles for students in several ways. Some of the ways that ChatGPT has helped students or has been proven to help students is that it helps to tailor content for effective delivery. So ChatGPT has been structured as an interface that has detailed information for every student at their own pace, at their own step. It makes it conducive for them to interact like they are in actual class. Students have been able to bridge the gap of fear or anxiety with a stress-free interaction with this interface. So you agree with me that there is a development and strategical increase from the recent years after the pandemic outbreak. Several educational institutions were able to spring up through the help of this artificial AI. So ChatGPT has been helping in individual assignments. With the help of this ChatGPT, it's an interface that students can access and search on various assignments, which help to reduce the stress of going to different sites to source for information. It helps to present a detailed data for individual assignment and assessment. Also, ChatGPT is an interface that is adapted for learning pattern. It can suggest information based on previous interaction with the interface. So ChatGPT has a real-time support for students because ChatGPT is available for 24 hours, and anytime a student needs to interact with the interface, they can interact the interface without any distraction and inconvenience. So also, ChatGPT has helped in personal recommendations of content for students to work on. So furthermore, I'll be talking about the impact of class assignment, essay, and research work. ChatGPT have been found to assist students in brainstorming ideas, organizing thoughts, and creating well-structured essays and idea creation. At the start of this process as a team, we had issue coming up with the general name for the team. So with the help of ChatGPT, we make use of this interface and we are able to come up with various ideas on which name will perfectly suit the team. And we came up with the help of this interface, the name Fusion. So ChatGPT plays vital roles in idea generations. It also helps in research assistance. Students can engage in everything they need about the research work. It makes it easier for them because ChatGPT interface serve as a platform where you can get detailed information pertaining to one's research work and writings. So also, ChatGPT is designed in a way to offer interactions with the student. It gives writing guidance, sentence structures, and way of presentation in writings. And also it helps in citation, referencing, and also help to reduce plagiarisms. ChatGPT has been effective in student efforts in the educational system. So I would like to pass the baton to Comfort to further speak on some positive impact of ChatGPT in the educational sector. Comfort.
Thank you very much, James. I'll be talking on the positive impacts that the ChatGPT play in helping teachers plan their lessons and address students. Teachers are very indispensable in education sector, and yes, ChatGPT may have some issues, and we need teachers to guide students on the right application of ChatGPT. Teachers can help students develop their critical thinking abilities, problem solving, and creative skills by utilizing ChatGPT as a toolbox. It's not a replacement for teachers or taking the place of teachers thinking for themselves, but it can serve as a guide. It can be part of the tools, part of the many tools that they use. Teachers will also be there to help students to prevent the misuse of ChatGPT, to reduce all these problems of copywriting, cheating, and plagiarism. It is very important for teachers to establish the precise standards of how to use ChatGPT. ChatGPT helps teachers personally in planning their lessons and making their lessons more engaging and fun for the students in a way that they will be able to carry the whole class along and to improve students' engagement. When there are some topics that you could write a play on, even though they seem complicated, like topics like solar system. We've seen a lot of play on solar system where students play different planets. It helps students to be more engaged in the lesson process, and this way they will be able to understand more about what the subject matter is about. In this edge-cutting technology, ChatGPT can create new opportunities for altering educational experience and empowering students for the future as education continues to change in the digital era. Next slide, please. Now, on to the role of ChatGPT in language learning and enhancing communication skills. ChatGPT is very important and has played a very important role in helping language learners and improving their experience learning languages. In this economy and in this very interconnected world that we are, where the whole world is very much connected through the internet, ChatGPT can play an important role to help people to learn language and to train people on how to have effective communication, which are very essential skills in our new world. ChatGPT is already being used by language learners, and the results are very good because it's personalized conversations. Students are able to get immediate feedbacks on the questions and requests they post to ChatGPT, unlike when you have to wait for when your teacher is available or looking for someone that is grounded in the, especially when it comes to learning language, it's very difficult to find someone at every point in place that you are that understand the language you're learning. So ChatGPT helps students that are learning language to learn more quickly and effectively by offering them immediate feedback on their questions and requests. Also, ChatGPT creates a very safe and secure environment for students to practice what they are learning, to practice the languages they are learning, because they could have personalized conversation with ChatGPT, as it provides personalized lesson plan according to this level of understanding of the student. ChatGPT also reduces the cost of learning a language because it eliminates the need for expensive tutors or those expensive language classes. The quality of learning a language because the process is personalized, your feedbacks are personalized, they are based on your own effort alone. It's not collectively. It can influence to ask questions and engage in conversations with the AI. Now, I'll be passing the mic on to Sophia to round up this session. Sophia?
Due to the time, thank you, Comfort. Due to the time factor, in conclusion, ChatGPT presents a world of opportunities in the education sector through personalized learning, content generation, and teacher support. AI has the potential to revolutionize education and make it more inclusive and accessible for all learners. As we embrace this technological advancement, we must do so responsibly, considering ethical consideration and maintaining a human-centric approach to education. To ensure its positive impact, proper implementation, validation, and integration with existing educational frameworks are necessary. By combining the strength of AI with the expertise of teachers, ChatGPT can contribute significantly to a brighter and more inclusive future of education. As Tim Maverick said, some medical students abuse the use of ChatGPT when that gave rise to the ethical consideration of ChatGPT, which will lead to a brighter and more inclusive future in education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As you know, you're way past your time. Again, we would forgive this because this is the first week's presentation, but from next week, every minute spent over your time will be deducted as 1 mark from your mark. So this is for everyone presenting. Make sure that you stick to your 15 minutes presentation. Dr. Yusuf, you have your hands raised.
Oh yeah, so well done, Team Fusion. Well, let me just first of all ask the question: is there something wrong within the team? Why is the energy is so low within the team? Is there a problem within the team, or you guys were just sounding really exhausted? I couldn't feel any. The last presenter, which was Safia, tried to put the energy back up, but she was only allowed to, she took only the conclusion, so it was already too late. You already lost me in the middle of the presentation. And is there a reason why Yola took about 8 minutes of the 15 minutes? I guess that's the problem you had with the time management, because even the first presenter, which was Yola, it took 8 minutes out of the entire, when it's 4 presenters, and if one presenter is already taking 8 minutes, right, there's not enough time for every other person to contribute significantly. I also acknowledge the fact that some of you started by turning on your videos and then requesting permission to turn it back off, which is good. Well, the audience engagement, I've talked about it. You lost me in the middle of the presentation. So I'm hoping that the next presentation, you guys can do a lot better. There are still some fillers like a lot of errors, and which is something you need to look after. But the slides too were quite wordy. So also you can, I'm sure you can do better with the slides, but well done to Fusion.
Okay, yeah, I also wanted to say that I think it's, but I understand. I think it's because Eben didn't know that someone has taken over from him, so he started talking over the first presenter, I was trying to correct that. That was why I was saying that you should stop so that you can start all over again. But I don't know what was wrong with his speaker. He wasn't hearing me. I just wanted your presentation to go seamless. That's why I was trying to stop you guys. So, but please, you need to be attentive to each other, listen to each other. Then also do test runs. So I'm sure that this link has been sent out at least 2 hours before the presentation. You can always come on the link, do a little bit of rehearsals, check your mic, check whatever devices that you're using, and just be sure that it's working well within your team as well, so that you don't come and like, oh, the speaker is not on. Adetayo, you had your hands raised. Just
yes. You know, this educational sector is something I'm always interested in. I'm not too impressed with the presenters. Just like Dr. Yusuf said, the energy was just too low. It was too low, though your slide is a bit okay. I like the fact that you have the live application of the Chat GPT in you coming up with your group name is a very good thing. I like that, and that gave you an extra mark for me here. However, the thing I could notice is that you have too much repetitions of the same thoughts and ideas. The same thing Ebenezer had said, was it Fashaki now said the same thing. Oyaride also said the same thing in his presentation. So you need to be sure of your slide. It's like you're using a separate slide, or you combine your slides at a point. It shouldn't be like that. Please, let's work on that. Also, it got to a point that the presentation was so boring. You need to be spontaneous when it comes to presentation. Eat it and leave it. Eat it and leave it. Leave your audience to want more, not when they get bored about all what you have said. And I enjoyed Safia's newscaster voice. It was as if I was listening to NTA News at a point. Good job, guys. Well done.
Yeah, good. I was going to just type in the comment section that, Safia, can you give your team members that energy drink that you're drinking that is making you have that energy and ginger? Give it to your team members now. Don't be selfish. Give it to them. Sharing is good now. So the next week, by the time you all come, I want them to have the same energy, the same spirits that you brought in, and it will work well for you, I believe. Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Yusuf, you still have your hands raised. Do you want to say something?
No, sorry, I didn't. I forgot to lower it.
All right, that's fine. All right, so quickly we'll go to the next presentation. Please, judges, please do send in your scores to where appropriate, please. All right. Yeah, I like this. Yes, Team Matrix. They're good. They're ahead already. All right, your time starts when you start talking. Yeah.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, Daytopians, panel of judges, my accurate timekeepers and co-participants. My name is Testimonial Teju from Team Matrix, and together with me on this call, I have the rest of the members of Team Matrix, which are Adia Kombi Josephine. Oh. Sorry, please, can you permit me? I forgot to switch on my video. Can we start again?
No, just go ahead. Just go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So good day, ladies and gentlemen. Good day, ladies and gentlemen, Daytopians, panel of judges, my accurate timekeepers, and co-participants. My name is Testimonial Teju, and together with me on this call, I have the rest of the members of Team Matrix, which are Alia Kobin Josephine, Daniel Habioye, and Okara Forchinoyere. Together as a team, we'll be walking you through the impact of Chat GPT on the e-commerce industry. Please, at this point, kindly permit I and my team members, that is Team Matrix members, to put up our video in order to boost our network connection. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, kindly meet John. John is a talented programmer who is looking to start an e-commerce business that used its personal developed mobile application to connect buyers to products. Even though the app was ready, John had difficulty getting together a team for his startup, needing separate people for sales, marketing, programming, content creation, and customer support. Hiring reliable manpower while being strict with his financial budget was getting difficult and becoming a strenuous goal for him to achieve. Therefore, he reached out to his friend named Goke. Goke said to John that he could start his company without having to hire all the human power needed while maintaining his financial budget, all thanks to just a single AI-based tool. John couldn't believe what Goke said. Therefore, this led Goke to go further to introduce ChatGPT to him, the revolutionary AI chatbot being developed by OpenAI. It is a state-of-the-art natural language processing model that uses a neural network architecture to provide responses. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, the rest of the presentation would shed more insight into what Goke shared with his friend John that made him implement his friend's innovative suggestion of ChatGPT in a startup. Therefore, at this point, I would allow my colleague Chinoye to introduce us to the world of ChatGPT.
Thank you so much, Testimony. ChatGPT, the open source natural language processing model developed by OpenAI, has quickly become a popular tool since the launch in November 2022. According to Demand Search, ChatGPT crossed over 1 million users within the first week of its launch. ChatGPT, meaning Chat Generative Pre-trained Transformer, has the ability to generate human-like conversations, offer a variety of applications that can help in different industries, which include the ability to compose various written content, including articles, social media posts, and email. With the launch of ChatGPT, OpenAI, the parent company, enabled the ability for third-party developers to build ChatGPT plugins. These plugins have direct API access to artificial intelligence engines, enabling developers to extend their capabilities. And like every other industry, the use of ChatGPT in e-commerce industry has become essential. Now, what is e-commerce? Spreading has taught over 200 million. The rise of marketplace marked the evolution of e-commerce with platforms like Amazon, eBay, Spotify, and Alibaba, evolving ways their products are sold online, thereby providing business with massive customer base. The reason for evolution of e-commerce is because to provide its customers with convenience, safety, and enjoyable experience. This has improved significantly since the start of online shopping. According to Forbes, e-commerce projected to reach $8 billion worth of sales, with 23.6% of all retail activities by 2026. It's no wonder a new technology like ChatGPT emerged to enable businesses to sell easily to customers. My colleague Josephine will tell you.
Thank you so much, Chinoye, for walking us through the world of ChatGPT. Moving forward, I will explain the operations in the e-commerce industry before ChatGPT. Before the launch of ChatGPT in November 2022, the e-commerce industry operated by making use of traditional chatbox technology, use of first-in and first-out inventory valuation, non-personalized response to customers, use of search engine marketing for marketing operations. The mode of operation in e-commerce before introduction of ChatGPT made it liable to some challenges such as cart abandonment, poor customer service, inability of the traditional chat box to provide personalized responses to customers, and non-automated advertising methods. Now, let's examine the integration of ChatGPT into the e-commerce architecture and its operations. E-commerce architecture refers to the overall technical design and infrastructure of e-commerce online stores, which includes the hardware, software components, servers, database, and programming languages. The integration of ChatGPT into e-commerce architecture enhances the efficiency of its operations. Some of the impact of ChatGPT has on e-commerce industry are as follows. 1. Improve customers' experience.
2, creating compelling product description that resonates with customers' desire. According to Spotify, 88% of digital customers read product description before purchasing it. Their research proved that 50% of these customers do not have full information about products sold online. 3, personalization and recommendation. 4, enhanced chatbox responses. By integrating ChatGPT technology with e-commerce chatbox, automated simple responses is given to customers who make inquiry on the platforms. Moving on, I'll be calling on Daniel to give us the insights into companies that have integrated ChatGPT into e-commerce businesses.
Thank you, Josephine. Some e-commerce businesses have successfully integrated ChatGPT into their offerings. Example includes 1, this product company that currently utilizes ChatGPT provides online products for customers based on their insights and preferences. 6, a web designing template for e-commerce businesses that use ChatGPT to an AI tool website. Multinational retail corporations that use ChatGPT provide customer services and support in real time. By harnessing the power of ChatGPT, e-commerce businesses can enhance consumer satisfaction, and ultimately boost their revenue. On 27th of July 2023, 3 days ago, online e-commerce website platform in the world, Shopify, uses AI chatbots and these retailers in website design and sales analytics. Increasingly, AI, which is now part of machine learning, like this open AI model provides from a key functions of AI include 1, allow retailers to using natural language commands to make changes to the layout of their product or add new to the online store. Also, AI offer automation features for management and product discounting. Furthermore, AI using model functions and analytical tools to enable users questions about their online store operations or to receive answers in natural language format. This makes it possible for users to inquire about or even make a request about previous sales. Now, let's see how ChatGPT helps John and special instance to proceed in his e-commerce business.
Thank you so much, Daniel, for the relevant information update that occurred a few days ago. As I and my colleagues so far have walked you through the convincing insights that Goke shared with John, which made him implement ChatGPT for the commencement of his startup, I would continue by discussing on the specific positive effects of the implementation of ChatGPT on John's startup. John was able to use ChatGPT for his sales, marketing, programming, and content creation. Regarding sales, ChatGPT helped provide John's startup with full-fledged sales pitch based on the correct prompts. For marketing, ChatGPT provided efficient marketing strategies and trending keywords that marketers use for SEO purposes. In addition, as we all know, John can do a lot of the heavy lifting and programming as a programmer. However, ChatGPT helped him to proofread the code and look out for bugs to fix. Finally, for John's startup content creation, ChatGPT became very instrumental in gathering customer leads. The revolutionary bot provided full-length blog posts with accuracy in seconds, aligned for further customization, like choosing the length of the subject matter to the complexity of language. My very esteemed audience, I would now hand over to my teammates to share with us the future of ChatGPT in the e-commerce industry.
Thank you, testimony. Given the super fast changes in the usage of ChatGPT in e-commerce, based on our research, we found the possible impact of ChatGPT in the future time. Among them are 1, the variety showroom controlled by ChatGPT model. Also, the integration of ChatGPT into e-commerce platforms. We expect to see more sustainable services and also consideration of environmental factors, which suggest open alternatives. Also, with more ChatGPT being traded to teams of data every day, we expect a build-up of its emotional intelligence, which will enhance customer shopping experiences. Josephine, what is your conclusion on the impact of ChatGPT in the e-commerce industry?
In conclusion, my esteemed audience, ChatGPT has transformed the e-commerce industry by revolutionizing customer service, personalization, and time-saving automation. Its introduction to the entire universe has brought about remarkable changes that enhances customer satisfaction and loyalty. Thank you from all of us, Team Matrix.
Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Can I just appreciate testimony for a minute? This is just because I like the fact that she already knew that we're struggling to hear Daniel. And when when Daniel handed over to her, what she did was to give us a cap, like the brief of what Daniel has said before she started ours, which I really like that. So she just quickly gave us a quick summary of what Daniel has said, just to give us, so we don't miss anything out on that. And I really liked that. Thank you very much, testimony, for doing that. That was good. Okay. All right, so we all could not hear Daniel very well. It might be because he's also the one sharing the slides. That might be the reason why. But for me, while listening, I didn't miss out much because I could hear bits and pieces of from what they're saying, and their slides was very, very informative as well. But I'm going to allow the judges to give their 1 cent as well. Okay, read one. I can see you are really itching to talk. Yeah.
Hey, Dr. Jimmy. Good to be back again. Good to be back. Good to hear your voice. I don't know where you got these people from, but these guys are really good. Yeah. So starting with testimony, she just reminded me of, there was one girl in the last edition, Modupe Zubair. I mean, she was just this fluent as well. So it was good that testimony started and then ended it. I like the energy from our presentation. So maybe this is another lesson that the last team can learn from. It's always your best foot has to come forward first every time. You put your best foot forward first, and that's what this guy did with testimony. Daniel was going to take away from the presentation, but she was able to come through again to salvage the situation. So with regards to the presentation, I think it was a very good presentation. I like the energy level and the transition from each of the presenters. Then the slides too. Did you guys prepare your slides yourself? Testimony.
Yes, sir, we prepared our slide ourselves.
Wow, that's really, really amazing. I enjoyed the slides, and I was comparing with the last slide that we saw. The last slide was too wordy, and what you've just done with your own slides is just to demonstrate that if you are doing a presentation, you don't need to have wordy slides. Just have good slides, use your graphics, speak to what you are presenting, and then you'll be able to flow with the audience. So I love the slide. The slides are very good. The graphics, the illustration. Then I like the fact that you guys were able to do your comparison between, do like an historical comparison between what was available before Chat GPT and then what is obtainable now, and then spoke into the future as well. So I think you guys did very well. I loved your presentation. I wish you guys all the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rickon. Thank you. Yes, I also need to acknowledge, what's her name now? Let me try to remember her name. Yes, Josephine. Yeah, Josephine was a good presenter as well. Testimony was also fantastic. I think I like everybody on the team, but the people that stand out for me, oh my goodness, English is hard. The people that stand out for me was number 1, Testimony, and number 2, Josephine. So good job, great job, you guys. And I would acknowledge everybody in the team because I know it's team effort to come together and present this. Okay, all right. So we're going to move to the next team quickly. Thank you. You can stop sharing now, yeah? Okay, the next team should come up, please. Do you want me to share your slides for you?
Hello, good afternoon. Good evening, sorry. Good evening.
Yeah. You want me to share your slides?
No, please, within that access.
All right, that's good. All right. I'll start your time once you start talking, yeah?
Okay, so please, can we just share, or do you have to answer?
No, just share it. Just share the slides.
Okay. All right, 1 second.
Before you start, can you pronounce the name of your team, please?
The team's name is Dynastia.
Dynastia. All right. Dynastia. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm not able to.
Look, you're already sharing.
Hello. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and all dignitaries present. My name is Aishat Adamu, the team lead for Team Dynastia, which is the Greek word for dynasty, just in case you're wondering. My teammates are Bukari Boluatife Shakirat and Patience Obande. This very evening, we'll be taking you on a walk through the positive impact of ChatGPT in the financial industry. ChatGPT in the financial industry. Hello, can I? Taking you through the positive impact of ChatGPT in the financial industry. But before we dive right in, I'd like you to do something for me very, very briefly. Okay, are we ready? All right, so I want you to smile first to your right, then smile to your left, and smile back to your screen. All right, are we there? Beautiful, thank you so much. So since the launch of ChatGPT November 30th, 2022, there has been a tremendous revolution. ChatGPT is an AI language model by OpenAI, which has been able to reach over 100 million users in just 2 months. Just imagine the level of impact in just 2 months. And not only that, it has also been able to increase the adoption rate to up to 35% in the financial industry. The positive impact of ChatGPT in the financial industry cannot be overemphasized. And one of those impacts is automation of routine tasks. ChatGPT helps financial industries to carry out basic routine tasks such as basic reporting and bookkeeping with accuracy and in split seconds without wasting time, and allows them to also check errors of a large volume of data using ChatGPT in split seconds. Another impact of ChatGPT in the financial industry, of course, the positive impact is financial analysis and prediction. With ChatGPT comes the ease of analyzing the stock market and providing relevant information about stock prices and values. And this is seen in an example that JP Morgan Chase uses in providing investment advice services to their customers. I'd like to request that my teammates turn off their camera while making their presentation for better network reception. Thank you. Taking over will be Bukari Boluatife Shakirat. Thank you.
Okay, are we on a commercial break or what's going on?
We're so sorry. That must have been a network problem from our second presenter. So I'll just take it off from here. Okay, ChatGPT as an AI tool can also be used to provide customer assistance around the clock. We find out that Fortune 500 companies have a lot to do, such as Apple, Google, and the rest of them. They have a lot of customers and they have to attend to these customers on a regular basis.
With ChatGPT, this provides round-the-clock support to customers without a hitch, thereby increasing customer satisfaction. Another impact of the positive impact of ChatGPT in the financial industry is trading and investment analysis. When in the financial industry, when investors want to make investments, of course, they need to analyze what investment they are going into and know what risks are involved in this investment that they're about to venture into. And ChatGPT helps to make this as easy as possible, thereby helping investors make wise investment decisions in the investment industry. Another impact of ChatGPT is fraud detection and prevention. By analyzing vast amounts of data, ChatGPT helps to identify suspicious activities and also helps to respond to threats, immediately using ChatGPT. Another positive impact of ChatGPT is financial compliance. With the ability of ChatGPT to analyze large volume of data, which in the financial industry, compile a lot of relevant information and laws and help to know the relevant information financial industry.
All right, good evening, everyone. Once again, my name is Patience Obande, and I'd like to apologize for the hitch and transmission from one of our colleagues. So the impact of ChatGPT in the financial industry is so numerous that it will take more than a presentation to unveil all. So taking over from where my colleagues stopped, one of the impacts of ChatGPT in the financial sector is in the area of cost saving. We know that ChatGPT has the ability to analyze relevant data. And with this, it can be able to generate reports in a fraction of time it would take a human to do the same work. And this can result in a significant cost savings for financial institutions and even help make informed decisions and individualized decisions among investors. Also, ChatGPT aids in reducing the cost associated with manual labor and hiring new employees, hence saving some companies here and abroad a lot of money. Now, according to Fortune.com by Trey Williams, nearly half of the US companies currently using OpenAI ChatGPT say that the chatbot has already replaced workers. And this report was in February 25th, 2023. Now, nearly all the companies using ChatGPT said they saved money using the tool, and with 48% saying that they've saved more than $50,000 US. Wow, that's amazing. That's how wonderful it can get with ChatGPT. Now, another impact of ChatGPT in the financial sector is in the area of financial literacy. Now, we are aware that the current financial landscape, not just in Nigeria, but in other parts of the globe, is such that represents a complex and ever-changing system. And this system comes with a whole lot of challenges and complexities, and individuals, even organizations, find it very difficult to navigate through. And because of these challenges, their financial activities are ineffective and efficient. But with the introduction and the advent of ChatGPT, it helps educate you, it helps make recommendations, and then even new development in the financial sector that can give customers a smooth experience when handling their financial endeavors. So yes, these are some of the numerous impacts of ChatGPT in the financial sector. And to conclude, I'd like to say that the way in which ChatGPT has positively impacted the financial sector can never be overemphasized. Yes, and it is safe to note that not only had ChatGPT had an adoption rate of 35% in the financial and accounting industry, but it has also surpassed about 20% adoption rate when it comes to robotic process automation, and then 25% adoption rate of cloud-based accounting solution within the same time frame. this is how good it can get with ChatGPT. And ChatGPT, I think, for me, is the future of finance. And I am so glad and privileged to be in this generation that will experience the ease that comes with ChatGPT. Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Patience Obande.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for your presentation. Good one.
Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Okay. Dr. Yusuf, do you have a feedback for this team? Any feedback for the team?
Yeah, thank you very much. Well done to this team. Aside from the issue with the network, I think especially Obande, you did well. I love the energy. It's good. Well done. But the problem I have is with the slides. It's too simple. I like simplified slides, but this one is too simple. You should be using, there are a lot of stats that you mentioned as well, that infographics would have helped your slides. You can do a lot better with your slides and put the references. Even though you are putting references, you should also put the references. You should do in-text referencing. So put the references there. So as you're saying, 25%, now 25, can you go back to the conclusion? Yeah, so this part where you said 20% adoption, 25%, I was really interested to know exactly where you got that from. So, but yeah, so next time use infographics. Let's see more of this in charts, so it would help us rather than reading this slide, especially this conclusion, it wasn't really nice. But it's the first your presentation, so the second one I'm hoping you'll be better with it. But yeah, that's the general feedback that I have for you. But well done. Hopefully your network will be better next time.
Good one. Okay, so for more feedbacks, please, there are some feedbacks that are being dropped in the chat box, so please do go through them. If the team leader would like to, they can also screenshot feedbacks as well, and then you can talk to your team. The other thing I was going to talk about is that I think you've added some what effects, yeah, in your slides, and I feel like it's not working well for you. Probably it might be due to internet or something. There's this thing that keeps loading up on the slide, and then it takes a while, or probably it's the one that you've used, the effect that you've used that is not working. It takes a while for it to load up the next one. It's a bit slow when you move from slide to slide. So if you're going to use, add effects to your work. And again, I'll just say this, putting effect doesn't earn you any mark. It doesn't add to your mark, but it can reduce or deduct your mark if not well done. So if you're going to use any effect in your slides, make sure that it's something that is fast as well, and wouldn't drag, because now it's dragging. It took a while for it to get to that slide, so and you don't want that. So that's just my feedback. But good job from Adamu and Patience as well. Good job. I think those are the two people that I picked up from the team that did a good job. All right, so we'll move to the next presenter. You can stop sharing. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're almost there. We're getting there. I think we have Team Dynamic left, right? Team Dynamic and Team Legend. Yeah. Team Dynamic, are you guys here?
Yes.
Dynamite.
Yes, ma. Good evening, ma.
Dynamite, right?
Yes, ma. Dynamite.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. And you want me to share your slide?
Yes, ma'am.
1 minute, please.
Okay. Is the slide up yet?
Yeah, just a
I
minute.
can't
It's not,
see.
it's not up yet.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just end it now. Just a minute, please. Slide is quite heavy, I think. Okay. 1 minute.
I have a suggestion.
Yep.
Maybe you just download as PPTX and then I'll share from them. I don't know.
Should have done that then. Okay, let's see if it's going to work this way. If it doesn't, then I'll need to try that. A minute, please. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
Enjoyment girl.
Okay. So my time starts now. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining me today as we delve into the fascinating world of AI technology and copyright challenges. In an era of rapid advancement in artificial intelligence, it's crucial to understand how copyright plays a pivotal role in protecting creative works and intellectual property. The purpose of this presentation is to explore the copyright challenges posed by chatbot AI technology with a specific focus on the renowned AI language model, Chat GPT. We will delve into the complexities of copyright in the context of AI-generated content and discuss potential solutions to address these challenges. My name is Okikije Soladimeji from Team Dynamite. What is ChatGPT? ChatGPT is short for Chat Generative Pre-trained Transformer. It's an advanced AI language model developed by OpenAI. It belongs to the family of transformer-based models, and is a sibling to the renowned GPT-3. It is designed to engage in natural language conversations and generate human-like responses in a chat-like format. It's capable of natural language understanding, contextual generation, vast knowledge base, creative text generation. It operates through a process called unsupervised learning. During the training phase, it's exposed to vast amounts of text data from the internet, absorbing patterns, language structures, and context, using a deep neural network architecture called a transformer. The role of copyright in AI. Copyright is the legal framework that grants exclusive rights to creators of original works, protecting their intellectual property from unauthorized use, reproduction, distribution, or adaptation. It plays a crucial role in fostering creativity and innovation by providing creators with the incentive to produce new and unique content, knowing they have legal protection over their creations. The advent of AI language models like ChatGPT introduces a new dimension to the concept of authorship and ownership. Traditionally, copyright protection has been tied to human creators who invest time, effort, and creative expression into their works. However, AI-generated content blurs these lines as it is created by algorithms without direct human intervention in each output. This raises intriguing questions. Who is the author? In the case of AI-generated content, determining the author becomes challenging. Is it the human programmer who designed the AI model, the organization that deployed the AI, or the AI model itself? This lack of clear authorship complicates the application of traditional copyright principles. Another question is ownership of AI-generated works. attribution, and creative control. In traditional creative works, creators have control over how their work is attributed and used. AI-generated content, however, they lack conscious intent, making it difficult to enforce attribution or control over generated output. We have challenges of copyright infringement. AI-generated contents in chatbots like ChatGPT present unique challenges in terms of copyright infringement. As these language models learn from vast data sets containing copyrighted materials, there is a risk that the AI-generated responses could inadvertently reproduce copyrighted content without proper authorization. The legal implications of AI-generated copyright infringement are multifaceted. On one hand, copyright holders may face difficulties in enforcing their rights when dealing with AI-generated content. On the other hand, AI developers and organizations deploying AI models like ChatGPT may also face legal challenges if their technology inadvertently generates infringing content. AI-generated content without proper attribution raises ethical concerns regarding transparency and honesty. The content generated from AI has the potential to shape cultural narratives and social discourse. We will be talking about a case study with ChatGPT and copyright issues. And I would love to invite my next teammate or member who will take us to the next session. I will now welcome Ms. Alabi Yusuf Salamatu.
Thank you, Okiki. So good evening, everyone. I will be talking about the copyright challenges in chatbot AI technology. The first challenge we have is copyright infringement. Under it, we have language model learning. You see, AI language models can learn from copyrighted material, which could lead to unintentional infringement. Also, generated content might unknowingly include copyrighted elements without proper authorization, since there is minimal to no human intervention. The second challenge is legal implications. Determining ownership and enforcing rights for AI-created content can get pretty complex. AI-generated content blurs the line between traditional authorship and algorithmic inputs, which raises some interesting legal questions. Plus, figuring out who is responsible for copyright violations when AI is involved can be tricky. Our last challenge, but definitely not the least, is ethical concerns. AI-generated content might lack proper attribution, which means original creators may not get the recognition they deserve. Also, balancing AI-generated content with traditional intellectual property principles brings up ethical dilemmas. And with the abundance of AI-generated content in the net, we might risk undervaluing human creativity and artistic efforts. But to tackle these challenges, we need a collaborative effort from the technology developers, legal experts, and ethicists. We have to find a sweet spot where AI's potential can coexist with protecting creative rights. Thanks for listening, and I'm open to any questions you might have. I'll be handing over to Dami to talk on case study of ChatGPT and specific copyright issues. Over to you, Dami.
Thank you, Salma. Good evening, everyone. I will be talking about ChatGPT and copyright issues. Specific example of copyright-related issue. We have reproducing copyrighted text. ChatGPT has vast training data, which includes copyrighted text mostly from the internet, making it capable of reproducing copyrighted materials in its responses to its users. For example, if a user asks a question that triggers the AI model to generate a response similar to copyrighted content, it might lead to potential copyright violation, which means the owner of the copyright might want to enforce legal issues to the owner of the AI
or the person who uses the or to the person who uses the material. The next one is plagiarism concern. ChatGPT ability to generate human-like text pose plagiarism risk, particularly when the users utilize the AI-generated response without proper attribution to the copyright owner. This can be problematic in an educational setting. We have the content sharing platforms, e.g., social media platforms or content sharing website users might unknowingly share AI-generated content that infringes on copyright, which could lead to copyright holders filing or taking down notice or pursue legal action against the AI developer or the user. We have media and journalism. AI What's going on? Media and journalism. AI-generated news, articles, or blog posts might accidentally include copyrighted material without proper credits to the copyright owner, leading to potential disputes with copyright holders or legal actions against media outlets. We have the creative industries. For example, in the entertainment industry, AI-generated scripts or storylines may unintentionally resemble existing copyrighted works, causing concern about the originality and potential legal dispute. I will now welcome Karim to talk about the next slide.
Okay, apologies for the break in transmission. Due to some issues, Karim will not be available, so I'll continue. Next, we'll talk about the solutions to the copyright challenges in chatbot AI. Education, copyright training, and awareness. We'll educate. The solutions are not limited to this, but for the first time, for one, we'll educate AI developers, organizations, and content creators about copyright laws and the implications of AI-generated content. There will be robust copyright detection systems. We implement advanced copyright detection algorithms within AI language models to identify and avoid generating content that infringes upon copyrighted materials. Clear users disclaimer. Provide clear disclaimers to users, informing them that they're interacting with an AI language model. Transparency about AI's involvement in content generation can help manage users' expectations. Licensing and permissions. Establish licensing agreements with content creators to use their copyrighted material in AI training data sets. Content filtering mechanisms. Deploy content filtering mechanisms in platforms that use AI language models to prevent the dissemination of AI-generated content. Watermarking and attribution. Explore methods to automatically attribute AI-generated content to the language model that created it. The fair use guidelines for AI there'll be developed fair use guidelines that specifically addresses AI-generated content in the industry organizations and ethics committees. But that doesn't give you the rights or the nerve to raise her. What if she gets pregnant? Importance of ethical considerations in AI development and deployment. As AI technology, including chatbot AI like ChatGPT, continues to advance, it becomes crucial to prioritize ethical considerations in its development and deployment. Ethical concerns arises due to potential impact AI can have on individual, society, and even global dynamics. To bring this to a conclusion, I would like to ask, is Karim on the call now? Karim, are you on the call now?
Good evening,
Okay,
everyone. Please.
network.
Okay, my network has been very bad. Okay,
We
so
can hear you. Karen, okay, I think I'll just continue
oh
for
my,
you. Oh,
good evening, everyone. So, thank you very much for that amazing presentation. So, I'd just like to go straight to some solutions that can solve the problem that has been outlined so far. So, the first one is copyright training and awareness. So, according to a 2012 World Intellectual Property Organization report, one way to achieve security in copyright is to educate AI developers, organizations, and relevant bodies about copyright laws and the implication of violating copyright laws. So one essential way of solving this problem is through education. And then the next one is robust copyright detection system. So the first, so according to an article that is titled Regulatory Response to Copyright Protection in an online and digital environment, implementing copyright detection algorithm within AI language models, within AI language models to identify and avoid generating content that infringe upon copyrighted materials goes a long way in providing a better copyright experience. And then the next one is clear user disclaimer. According to Masha Komenik, a copyright expert, disclaimers are easy to use and effective in protecting the rights of work owners. And we have licensing and permission. So providing license for the chatbot use of original copyrighted materials is also a solution to the outline problem. And we also have content filtering. So TechTarget reports that deploying content filtering mechanism in platforms that use AI languages models such as ChatGPT to prevent the dissemination of AI generation content is easy to use and is effective. And then in conclusion, in this presentation, we have been able to explore the intricate relationship between copyright and then the chat GPT and through the chat AI technology through the use of the chat GPT. And then we have understood the capabilities of chat GPT and how it operates. And then we have also gone into specific problems while using a real life scenario to drive home our point. And as we navigate the ever-expanding horizons of artificial intelligence technology, we must strike a balance between encouraging AI innovation and safeguarding the rights of content creators. A balanced approach to copyright protection in this era include fostering artificial investment advancement while acknowledging the importance of intellectual property rights, encouraging responsible artificial intelligence development practices that align with ethical standards, and developing updated copyright laws and legal framework that adapt to AI-generated content. So in conclusion, I would just like to thank everyone for being a part of this session, and we hope to see you again in the next round of the competition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, guys. Thank you for putting this together in the short time that you guys have. So the only thing I'm going to say is that understand that there's a difference between conclusion and summary. So I feel like more of your conclusions were summary, not conclusions. So again, understanding that there is a difference between the meaning of the terminologies that you're using. If you want to start by giving a summary, that's okay, but then don't say in conclusion, because that's not conclusion. Okay, so I'm going to ask judges and mentors to give feedbacks to the team. My judges, I hope you are not getting
All right,
tired. Yes, Aditayo, please. Yes.
Well done, Team Dynamite. You did a good job, but the good could be better with what I've seen that you guys can do. I didn't really flow with the presentation. I don't know, maybe it's just me. I didn't flow with it. The presentation was just too disjointed for me. Apart from the network glitches, it was jointed. I believe more effort could be put into the slides as well. Doctor, you still want a simple slide, but I love a slide that is always captivating. And I'm very sure that when it means simple, it doesn't mean it should be boring. Your slide typifies boring. I'm sorry to say, so boring. So please work on that in your next presentation. Your audience engagement was non-avoid. It wasn't there at all. We're not engaged. You're just pouring everything. It got to a point, it was as if you're just reading from somewhere and you just want us to listen. And adding being the voice was so sonorous, maybe we would have listened, but I believe you understand my drift. Please work on all these things so that we can have a much more enjoyable presentation in the next session. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. The other thing I was going to talk about is, please, I think that was Okiki, your background noise. There were people talking at the background. You might want to move somewhere a bit more quiet. To me, I feel like that made your own presentation a bit poor. You kind of held the presentation, but that background noise was very irritating to me. So please do go somewhere quiet. Treat it as a very official thing. I'm sure if you are having an interview, you won't have it with people talking at the background. So please put that into consideration. And I think as well, Ubudo as well also had some background noise, but that might be his network playing off. But just put that into consideration and be careful next time as well. All right, do we have any final feedbacks for them before we call on the last team to present?
Yes, Dr. Jimmy.
Yes.
So, Team Dynamite, when I saw your logo, I saw your motto there. It was, "We will blast you," or something like that. If you wanted to blast us, I didn't even come with matches, no lighter. How do you blast us? The other mentors have given their feedback. So I think there's a lot more you guys could have worked on. But to avoid future occurrence of how this presentation went, what you guys can do is, and this applies to every other group, for every time you have a presentation, everybody in the group you need to know everything on your slides. So if someone has a network issue, someone else can fill in that gap. Now, you don't need to wait for so long before you notice that someone has a network glitch. If the next speaker is not speaking in the next 2 seconds, someone needs to step in immediately so that we don't lose that flow. All right, we don't lose that flow. If you know everything on your slides and the next speaker is unable to speak for whatever reason, whoever that is next can carry on, take that person's presentation and then take your own presentation as well. Because at the end of the day, if the person is unable to present, it takes away from your score, all right? And it takes away from your presentation. So I've noticed it with this presentation, and then I think with some other presentations. So everybody should know what exactly is on the slides, be able to present your own part of your slides and other participants' slides as well, so that when there are network challenges, you can fill in seamlessly for the next person. So that should help you guys going forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ridwan. Thank you very much. Okay, the last team is Team Legend. Can we have you guys come up?
Yes, ma, we are ready.
Are you sharing your slides?
No, ma, please, can you record?
All right, 1 minute. Okay, your time starts once you start presenting.
Two things are starting in life, just and taxes. For a person to imagine, this is the growth of artificial intelligence.
Sorry. You're
Could be panel of
breaking. You're breaking up. Please start again. You're breaking up, yeah?
All right, ma'am. Is my sound okay now?
Yeah, it's better now.
All right, ma'am. Two things are starting in life, death and taxes. For a third thing to be imagined, which is the growth of artificial intelligence. Good day, panel of judges, co-presenters, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Pfizer of Team Legend, and with me today is Sefiyat Onuchi, Aisha Sulaiman, and James Nduke. We'll be making an impactful presentation in form of the final session on the impact of Chat GPT on learning outcomes. Learning outcomes describes the measurable skills, ability, knowledge, or values that a student should be able to demonstrate as a result of completing a course. ChatGPT, being one of the new AI that everyone seems to have access to, this panel is about getting diverse views on its impact on learning. And my panelists for today include James Nduke, a researcher whose aim is to get some objective views about the subject matter. I mean, there are enough facts on the net. Let's see what it says. Then I have with me Dr. Sefiyat Onuchi, a lecturer from the University of Daytopia, who believes that GPT is not as impactful as people think it is. Also, I have with Aisha Sulaiman, a student from the University of Daytopia, who sees ChatGPT as a very positive outcome for students. We'd like to apologize on behalf of our researcher, James, who could not make it to the show due to unforeseen and uncontrollable circumstances. So our remaining two panelists will be on the show. Now let's begin. I would like to start from Mrs. Asia. Since Ms. Asia is a student, I would like her to educate us on what ChatGPT is. Ms. Asia, please, can you please tell us about ChatGPT?
Thank you so much for having me, Faiza. Talking about ChatGPT, according to Statista in November 2022, ChatGPT actually had about 1 million users between 5 days of its launch. What am I trying to say? This means that looking at Facebook, it actually took Facebook 5 years to gain about 1 million users. And it took Instagram about 2 years to gain 1 million users. According to Investopedia, it is a powerful AI bot that engages in human-like dialogue, and it is designed to respond in a natural and intuitive way, and it has numerous potential uses. I'd like to stop here and hear more from Dr. Sefiyat on ChatGPT.
Thank you so much, Ms. Asia. Thank you. I knew she would know about it. I mean, she's a Gen Z. All right, so I'll move to Dr. Sefiyat. Please, can you tell us what you know about ChatGPT?
Okay, thank you for having me so much in this platform, Faiza. I think ChatGPT is a natural language processing model that was developed by OpenAI, released on November 30th, 2022. It is based on the generative pre-trained transformer, that is GPT architecture. It was designed to provide new content, idea, and express it in real-time conversation. In other words, it is used as a potential instrument for advanced research. Okay, to summarize it all up, the reason why it was developed was that it wanted it to touch every impact of the society. For everything you want to search for, any sector that want to search, you can go to ChatGPT. That is why they developed this app, this artificial intelligence app. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Well, I called you a doctor. Now I can see why you're a doctor. It was not gotten by chance. All right, now on to the audience. You are not excluded from sharing your knowledge and views about ChatGPT as well. So please do let us know your thoughts about ChatGPT on the platform. Now back to Dr. Sophia. Now, how could you relate this technology to the learning outcome? What effect do you think it has on learning? Please share with us.
Oh my God, thank you. As if you know what I've been thinking. Like, I have just been thinking, what is the meaning of this ChatGPT that we all are using? To me, to educational sector, it has a negative impact on it, like the educational sector, the learning society as a whole. Why do I say so? First, we look at the generation of misinformation or biased information. What do I mean by biased information? The activity is just trained, it's just given a limited training. It doesn't diversify, it's not equipped. It's not equipped totally. It's given a limited training. So because of that, the information that you get is somehow biased. It will only give you some part of information. It will give you all the information. Then the misinformation part, what I'm talking about is that it only provides misinformation because it has a limited amount of data. So information that you get may not be correct. Then plagiarism work. Most of my supervisees that I have now that are working at their project are like submitted project for me, and I'll find out that they plagiarize the author's work. It's not right. How can you play? In way human are better than it, we can still give more to the student than what ChatGPT is giving out. Then when we talk about limited, sorry, I'm talking about bibliography. Reference site given to students to go to are not correct. How can a student submit an assignment for me and I ask her, where do you get this reference from? And she told me that I put my question on ChatGPT. After I put the question on ChatGPT, it just gave me the answer and I just took the reference. I saw the reference was not correct. That is to show you that ChatGPT is giving out fake reference sites. So we should be knowledgeable about that. To cram it all up, I've seen it as a new source and a new method for cheating for students. They don't want to assimilate, they don't want to critically analyze again. All the students are just going to ChatGPT. Why and why? Please assimilate. Be resilient. Don't say because you fail, you don't want to come back up. You can come back up. Be resilient. Build yourself up. Don't use ChatGPT. Use your brain. That's why God gave you brain. Thank you very much.
Wow, Dr. Sophia, that was you pouring out your heart towards this issue. And I don't know what to expect from Miss Asiya. She's a student, and I'm so curious about what she has to say. Miss Asiya, you don't have to worry about your exam score. Dr. Sophia is not in your school, don't worry. But I'm just kidding. Even if she was there, I'm very sure nothing happened to your score. Now, also, Miss Asiya, now, what do you think about the subject matter? What do you think about the subject matter? Please tell us your view.
Okay, thank you so much for having me once again, Faiza. Okay, Dr. Sophia, I really feel that you are being too, I don't know, it's just like you're pouring your mind the negative impact ChatGPT has on learning outcome. However, I feel that ChatGPT also has a positive outcome. You see, as a student, you feel that sometimes you're in a classroom. Let me just tell a story. Probably you're in a classroom and your lecturer is trying to deliver to you, is trying to explain a particular concept, and you're not just getting it, and you cannot just ask question because you feel that whatever question you ask might be, pulled down because of your colleague, or even the lecturer himself can be like, what kind of question is this? And so you just decide to keep quiet, and you feel you don't just understand the concept. As a Gen Z student, what do? You just go back to your room and then bring out your phone, ask question. And this ChatGPT has been a very, very powerful tool, a go-to for students. You can easily type whatever question you want on ChatGPT. Like, it's not going to give you this kind of, what type of question is this? It's going to answer that question for you, and it's going to give you ideas. You're going to understand better in class than what the lecturer was even delivering. So I feel that it's engaged students, it increases that personalized learning experience for students, and thereby increases their learning experience and their exposure to, because it has that vast information and ideas, and it is easy for you to access useful information. Talking about companionship, ChatGPT actually gives you that companionship that you need, because sometimes you cannot go to your friend to ask some questions because they will look at you and be like, oh,
what type of question is this? But you can easily ask different questions. You know what I mean? Questions that you cannot ask anybody, and you get your ideas, you get your information from this ChatGPT. So I really do not think that ChatGPT has negativity all through. I feel it has a positive impact. However, it's just that in a developing country like Nigeria, we sometimes usually use technology in a backward manner. And so the impact that it's supposed to give us is normally not always giving us. That's what I feel and I think. Thank you so much. I'm going to end that for now.
Wow, thank you so much, Ms. Asia. Thank you. And this is getting very, very interesting. With Dr. Cecilia saying she doesn't like impact on her students. And Ms. Asia saying it helps her so much, even to assimilate passwords. Well, I don't know. What does our audience think? Do you agree with Dr. Cecilia? Or are you with Ms. Asia on this? All right, this is getting very, very interesting. But we'd like to inform our audience that this is a subjective conversation. But no matter how subjective it is, it portrays reality. As for me, I think the impact of this technology takes a contingent approach. It all depends on the circumstances surrounding the usage of the technology. People abuse technology. People misuse technology everywhere, not just in Nigeria. But you cannot, because of that, erase the impact it has had on people. The great impact it has had on people. I have learned so much. I don't know if our audience have done the same, but for me, I've learned so much from this. And I thank Ms. Asia for honoring our invitation. Dr. Cecilia, thank you so much, because I know you are so busy, but you make time for this. I really appreciate that. Let us know if you have anything to say in the chat box. If not, oh yes, I can see a message from the Farisa. You agree with Asia? Well, yes, everyone will probably have a side. Thank you. All right, so then we are going to end the show here. See you next Saturday, and see Legend says ciao. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing now. Adetayo was giving some very nice comments and feedback on the chat. So, and then Lukman as well. So I would like them to come up and then just tell us what they think about the feedback, about the presentation.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Jumi. I like the fact that the group is trying to be creative. They tried trying something different from what everybody else had done. However, it was a bit rowdy, wasn't well managed as it should be. I like that daring move of trying something different, but it can be better. However, they need to find a way to manage that that conversation for it to be so professional. The conversation were not that professional to the point that we are almost losing the essence of the discussion. It's now looking more like a football banter rather than an educational discourse. So on learning outcome, I understand you're trying to bring the lecturer's perspective and the student perspective, but I don't know. I don't know how I want to put it. The learning outcome was not really reflected. Is it, whether it's cognitive learning, whether it's cognitive overload, whether it's increasing the bias or whatever, we need to find a way to emphasize on that learning outcome. The emphasis is more on ChatGPT in your discourse rather than the learning outcome. So that is why I think the rowdiness in the discussion could be fine-tuned. Aside that, you guys did a very good job. Well done to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who else wants to go? Feedback.
Well, let me just chip in a few things. Dr. Sorry, Mr. Julius. Mr. Julius has done
He's
justice to the
getting there. Don't worry, he's getting there.
to get it right. So I just wanted to turn to the So so he has done most of the feedback. Yeah. The only other thing I wanted to add to it is that, so I think for the slides could be a lot better than what you have. Then some of the things that I want you guys to also watch out for is, for me, and I think for other mentors, so I pay attention to not just your slides. I look at the content, the formatting, and all those other things on the slides. So there's a number of slides that you have. I think a couple of them, you didn't align some of your text properly. So I think it's something you need to watch out for. Even from your title page, the name of one of, I think, James or something, it wasn't aligned properly on your title page. Your title page is the page that introduces us to you and to your topic. So if you are going to have anything on that title page, it has to look perfect. So on some of the slides, so I noticed that some things were not properly aligned. So you need to watch out for that. Then the conversational style of presentation that you guys tried to do, it was commendable, but it could have been moderated a bit more professionally, right? For example, so for Sophia, I don't know if your presentation style was intentional or if that's the way you speak, but nevertheless, what I just want you to do is I want you to be a bit more original when you are doing your presentation. The way you were speaking, I couldn't hear some of the things you were saying, and it sounded as if you were forcing yourself to speak that way. So again, I don't know if it was the plan for you to sound that way, but just try to be more original when you're doing your presentation. So that will be all from me. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Ridwan. Thank you. And I think they've said it all. The only other thing I was just going to say was that it was good at some point, but it was there was just a thin line between it being good and it being rowdy. So just make sure that you balance, there's a balance to it and it doesn't turn out to be very rowdy. All right. Thank you very much. We've come to the end of today's presentation. Thank you to all the judges, to all the mentors. Thank you so much to everyone, all presenters. Thank you very much. In fact, I really enjoyed myself, and I believe that all the feedbacks that I've been given here is not just for that team in particular, but it's for everyone to take home and run with and also learn from that way so that you avoid making similar mistakes. One thing I've seen is that over time within the Daytopia presentation is that one team makes these particular mistakes, the mistake this week, and then another team picks it up next week. So it's always good to just learn from other people's mistakes as well, and then work with it. Again, a big thank you to everyone, all the judges. We're going to announce the score in a bit, but can I just say again, for those that were not here at the beginning, please, please, please do not allow your team leader to be the one chasing you around. So I've got several complaints from team leaders saying that their team members are not participating, they are not communicating, and they have to keep chasing them. In fact, a particular team leader told me that they had to start calling with their personal call credit to call them to come for meetings. That's totally wrong. That's wrong on all angles. Please, they are stressed already, don't add to their stress. So please show up when you are meant to show up. Keep your phone close to you. If your battery is about to go dead or is getting low, just put a chat within your team that, okay, my battery is low now, I might be off communication for a while. Let them know. Don't just go, MIA without nobody knowing where you are. Please, 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 let's all be professional here. All right. Yes, Mr. Ridwan, we're done for today. We're done. We're just going to announce the scores now. But before we go, please, judges, before you go, judges, please, can you please put in the chat box your best presenter for today. We're going to take a vote. There's always a best presenter for every week. So your best presenter for today, please put in the chat box who your best presenter is. I'm sure that there are some names that stuck out or why you were presenting, if there's any word like that. So please vote for your best presenter today. Who is week one's best presenter? And yeah, so I'm going to hand over to Dr. Yusuf for him to, I think, Dr. Yusuf, can you confirm that or do you need a few more minutes to finish collecting them? Okay, Adetayo, you have your hands raised, yeah?
Yes, I just want to commend the whole members that have done their bits today. I really want to appreciate them. It's not easy. It's easier for us to sit down here and judge, but but in actual sense, it's not easy. And I don't want anyone to take the feedback personally in a way that you will now give up on the competition. It's just the first week. You still have 3 more weeks to go for the 4 weeks of the competition. The fact that your group didn't do well today doesn't mean that you won't do well the next week. So take all those feedbacks in your stride and run with them. However, I just want to tell everyone that it's always nice to develop our presentation skills. You can watch tips on presentation skills. Some presentations today were so boring, if not for the fact that Daytopia likes what we do. We will have just, let me go and rest. You know, that kind of thing. So please work on your presentation skills. Everyone, there is no standouts per se. And this is what Daytopia is here to do, to make you work more on your presentation skills. The presentation skills need to be top-notch. We should watch our Concord in English, the way some people are using some tenses. I know that some people might fidget when they come online like this, but still, let's make sure we do the needful, because we don't know when this video will get to the whole world at a point in time. It might be in the next 5 years, 6 years, and they will reference all these things, and they'll be hearing some grammatical errors and blunders. Nobody's perfect, but still, let's ensure perfection in what we do. Let's work towards perfection. So on that note, I will pass the mic back to the Dr. Jumi herself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adetayo. Yeah, I think you've said it all. Good job, everyone, for even being able to, with that short notice, because within this week, you've had to come up with logos for your team. You've had to meet your team members, work together to actually bring something together. And particularly, I want to say kudos to Team 10, because it was quite funny that Team 10 finally got their full team, I think, on Friday. So yeah. Sorry about that. So Team 10 finally got their teams together on Friday. So for them to still come together and still be able to produce what they've produced, I feel like they've done a good job. So, but please, guys, please do walk and run with all the feedbacks that have been given today. Again, can I just say that do not take any feedback personal. No one is out there. We all want to push you to be better, and that's just what all those feedbacks are for. Yeah. So, Mr. Daytopia, are you ready for us? You're on mute. Okay, I believe he's still waiting for the chat from the scores from other mentors. Okay. All right, please, can I just also say that do go through all the comments that has been left here. I'll try to collate as much as I can, and I will send it to the team leaders. Team leaders, once you get the feedback sheets, you can pass it on to your team members as well. Do not audit, just pass it on to them so that they can go through it as well. I'm expecting that next week will be much more better. So we're going to have the logos being put together, and then there will be a vote on the Daytopia Mentoring platform, WhatsApp, for you to vote for the best logo. And then next week we'll announce the winner, the best logo that has won. So please, once you see that poll, please do put your vote in so that we can put together the best team for the best logo for this season 3. Okay, please tell me that you're ready for us. The other thing I was going to say is that, can I just appreciate the general group leader? She's been doing a fantastic job, and also appreciate Philomena as well. She's been doing a fantastic job. Thank you, guys. Thank you for supporting and helping out. Despite the team leader the general group leader still working in our own team, she still dedicate time to help with running business as usual. So thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to try to call Dr. Yusuf just to find out what's going on. 1 minute, please.
So while we wait for Dr. Yusuf and Dr. Jimmy to get back to us, does any of the team members have something to say, to give us as feedback as well? Anyone have anything to say? Or where we got it wrong? Mr. Ridwan, are you raising your hand?
Oh, yes.
All right, go ahead.
So I was waiting for someone to speak, but just to also chip in that this is I think this is the 3rd edition of this Daytopia competition. And it's always like this. The essence of we, the mentors and the judges, is just to push you guys, really. There's no hard feelings, nothing. We just want to push you and want you to be the best version of yourself. What you guys may not know is that a lot of you are capable of doing better than what you have done, but you just don't know yet, right? So just take all the feedbacks. I don't expect to come here next week and then we are repeating some of these feedbacks again. If you have given a feedback once, that should be it. We need to improve and then come back and then let it be better next week. In fact, I think in every edition that we've always had, the first week is always like this, but subsequently it becomes difficult for us to even judge. When we send in our scores, it's difficult to pick a clear winner, and that's the kind of competition we like. That's the kind of competition that we want to see. So we want to see better slides next week, better presentation, better preparation, good content, do your research, engage your audience, right? A lot of the presentations today, there was no audience engagement. Engage your audience, be creative. Then for your slides too, a lot of people or a lot of the groups have been very lazy with their slides. Yes, very lazy with your slides. In case you don't know, your presentation slide is an opportunity for you to be creative, to show your creative slide, your creative side. All right. So anytime you have to do a presentation, is an opportunity for you to wow your audience. Let people see your slides and then say, who did this slides? How did you do this slides? Sometimes you can even be talking nonsense, but you have good slides and people are captivated by that slide and they even forget the nonsense that you're saying. Yeah. So it's very important for you to know that every single time you have, I still do presentation myself. And every time I have to do presentation, I need to make it top notch. I want someone to say, who did this slide? How did you do it? So that's the kind of thing I want you guys to do. When you are coming next week and for subsequent weeks, please come with your A game. You can do better than what you have done. Take your time, prepare well, do your research. Come and wow us. Make it difficult for us to pick a clear winner. Let it be very competitive. As you are doing that, you are also pushing yourself and helping yourself as well. So take all the feedbacks. The first edition, I think Lukman was part of us, and then Lukman is a senior mentor now. Yeah, I'm a mentee to Lukman now. That's the way it is. Last year, I think it was Shokwe that won. So you can ask these guys. It was very competitive. So I want you guys to take this year's competition to another level, even better than the previous levels. Please. So next week, please, let's do better than this. I wish you guys all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Redwan. Thank you. Okay, guys. So what's going to happen is that I'm going to end the meeting now. Your scores will be posted on the Daytopia platform. And then we'll have communications with all the team leaders as well. So thank you for showing up today. This is usually not the way it goes, but apparently I think Dr. Yusuf is having some technical issues. I've not been able to reach him. So, but the scores will be posted on the team site. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, guys, and do have a nice evening. Bye-bye. Yeah. Bye-bye.